Hello, hello, hello.
David, if you could read to Zell
Yeah,
all any of that would help me move the kids towards bed. Or I'm cleaning up the kitchen.
yep.
Whatever you want to do here.
In a moment. Just getting the announcements up.
What do you need, Lupin?
Wow, you're very much the first Mimsovich. Welcome.
Give me
Welcome
things.
to our fights.
Give me.
What do I have over here? I think here we'll go to the club. Official club of Chess Dojo. And we can see the upcoming events like that. And then put this tab next to it. Great. Simple and clean. So, greetings, folks. Welcome, and all that. Uh, the real show begins in half an hour, when we will have folks fighting each other here on a Friday night, as we tend to. Will be some very serious games. I'll do commentary. And I just start the stream half an hour early because that seems to be sometimes what it takes for folks to get the alert and the message that that the tournament's on. You know. Phew. Okay. Okay. Um. Indeed, Mimzo. It's a critical moment here at home. Um, I'm gonna put this on a starting soon page here, and put up an announcement there. Let's go to starting soon. Coverage of Friday Night Fights begins soon. Fight. There we go. All right. Catch you all soon. All right. Well, well, well. If it isn't our chess friends. May all of us play well. Right on, Mouse Slip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There was no sound for them before because I was not here. Mouse slip. Good evening, JW Mixie. Okay. Let's try to transfer our operation here. See how we can do. Be the first ever tour of my house. Going through this narrow passage, emerge in the kitchen. Tournament's starting in a few minutes. So for those of you who want to play, hopefully you know how to join. There's probably somebody who's here for the first time and doesn't know, and I'm sorry not to give the properest of guidance here today. The exclam fight command does not work over on YouTube. It only works on Twitch. So on YouTube, Lolly and others will have to navigate their way through the Chess Dojo Club, I would imagine. If you get to the club page, then you scroll down to upcoming events and you'll find these two over here. And then they look like this when you get there. It looks like we've got 4 players already in the 1600 plus group. Let me close that and see if we've got players in the under 1600 group as well. By the way, as long as the tournaments hold, it doesn't matter if you're a couple minutes late. You'll still, yeah, we've got more than 4 under 1600s. You'll still get paired, a couple minutes later when you join. So as long as we've got more than 4 people who are actively at their computers when the tournaments kick off, it's all going to work out for all of us tonight. Even if, there might be some challenges or whatever. Good afternoon to all our Australian friends, including Apolytrosin. Has anyone told me that I look like Ben Feingold? No. It's never been said yet. Are you telling me that right now? Are you the first one? Are you trying to tell me that, Mitt Romney's dog? A little bit, maybe in like 2 to 3 years. Whew. Okay. Well, you've said it. It's been said now. The arena lasts 24 hours, Lolly, yes. But the idea of the arena is just to play a single game. It's just we leave it open for 24 hours so that more folks have the time and opportunity to join it. Let me go get my mouse pad and my mouse and my power cord and add these to the setup here. All right. My setup is kind of set up. Yes, good luck to everybody. Well wishes from Random 1200 Elo Guy. Wishing everybody good luck, good fun, good games. For those of you who are in the tournament, or who are in the event right now, for those of you who are in the tournament right now, the games are starting in about 60 seconds. So be ready for that. What advice do we have? Number one, monotask. Don't do a million other things while you play your game. Put away your phones and your family members or tune them out. And another piece of advice would be maybe to try to use your time well. If you're in the under 1600 section, you've got a 30-second increment plus 45 minutes of think time. So you can easily spend a minute on each move, maybe 2 or 3 on some more important moves. For players in the over 1600 section, you've got 90 minutes plus that 30-second increment. So you want to try and use maybe about 20 minutes on the opening, 50 minutes on the middle game, 20 minutes on the end game, something like that. Vague approximations. So just a thought to maybe try and make good use of your time, it being one of your major resources here. And we are off. We're going to click open our first game from someone in the under 1600 section named I am under 1600, facing off against Sticky Pawns, well matched by rating, which is excellent. Let's open up some more games just for the heck of it. Random Chess Guy 1500, rated 1500 something. So that the names are really holding today. And we've got Apoli Trosin from Australia versus Guha, who is from Australia as well. So we've got an all-Australian matchup right there. Nice. And Cloud versus Hermats. All the matchups really close in rating here. That's excellent. Excellent. There are going to be a few more interruptions tonight, I'm afraid. Because all our bedding is going through the laundry and the dryer and stuff, so I'm going to have to jump away and make some beds now and then. Yeah, it's been staying late, really late these days. I think till 9 p.m. or so. So yeah, I will have to pop out and make some beds here and there, in between the commentary, as I can. We'll see. So let's see what the opening was on this one here. Bishop b4 check. Getting that bishop out, making a little Tradeovich. White gets a small development boost out of this. I don't know if folks know this, but bishop check, developing a new piece. Bishop d2, countering it, bringing out a new piece. Bishop takes d2, moving that piece a second time to trade it. Knight bd2, recapturing but developing a new piece. So white gains a tempo of development off of this bishop b4 check move. That said, white's already spent a move on c4, a pawn move to gain more space. So white's not going to have a huge development lead or anything, but they are going to get a jump on building up a lot of space here. Black castles, white plays e4, gets the bishop developed, knight c6, and here white is thinking, castling being one quote-unquote obvious option. But, the better you get the more you consider other options as well. And these players here are already quite good, 14, 1500 level. So they're going to have some more positional and strategic goals as well as just getting developed. So white's going to consider, should I play d5? They're going to consider, does black want to play e5? They're going to think about the point of this knight, right? Is e5 going to be good for black? Would d5 be an opportunity for white? That has to be considered before moving. In fact, white has another candidate move, e5. I don't think it works, but that would be another way to stop black from playing e5, right? And I think the problem with it can be seen pretty easily if we trade once and then go knight g4, attacking that pawn a second time. I think white just can't support it. It gets lost immediately, and so that kind of rules out e5. It feels like once black plays e5, their position will be sort of okay, doesn't it? To me, it does. It's quite possible, Loli, yeah. Is PDT Pacific time, like I'm in? California, Oregon, Washington, and all. We got a choice from white here, castling. And black quickly follows their plan. And while white was thinking about castling, they'd considered what black might do. So they now quickly push, gaining a little more space there. The chances of folks being around at a random time on Saturday are not super high, but you could try. It's designed to be possible. You could try. You could also make some posts in the dojo Discord, or you could try and drum up some other folks' interest in joining you. And we can make announcements tonight that there are folks who want to play tomorrow, because there may be other folks like you in the US or related time zones who are tired at this point, and they might be watching instead of playing because they're tired. Maybe they're up for another hour or two and they can't do a full classical game right now, so maybe some of them would want to come do that with you tomorrow. How to decide which games to follow? It's a little bit random. There's not a really worked out system or algorithm to it. Sometimes I click on positions that look interesting to me. Sometimes I just start with the lowest rated board and then slowly move up. It depends. I like to follow games where at least one of the players is maybe using their time well, and I always start with something in the lower section, because the higher rated players are almost always still playing in 2 hours. So what's this? Bishop f4, c5, e4. I've seen this gambit once before here in the dojo. White says they want to play a London, and when black plays the most aggressive move, then white plays the most aggressive move in response, e4, surprising black by not playing, e3 and c3. And they play basically a Albin counter gambit with the extra tempo of the bishop being developed. Interesting thing. We got Mouse Lip against some Storms here. Whoa, they've got a King's Gambit. That's another way I pick the games, Mitt Romney's dog. If somebody plays the King's Gambit, then, then I watch that game. Okay, black blundered here already on move 4, actually. In response to bishop c4, in response to d4, G5 is the right move. A chess bar? Nice! Oh man, from the Chicago Open to chess bars. It's good to be your age, Blood Queen. It's good to be your age. So, yeah, against D4, the point of D6 is to play G5, defending this pawn. But against Bishop C4, you actually can't play G5 because of exactly what the Storms have done. With H4, you can't play H6 because of pawn takes and the rook's not defended yet. And when you push, Knight G5 has a threat on F7, which is not the case in the D4 line. Here, if White plays H4, G5, Knight G5, the Knight threatens nothing. Black plays H6 and White loses the Knight. Or sacks it, which is, you know, a word choice that you can go one way or the other on, but the line is not good for White. But here with Bishop C4, G5, H4, exclam, G4, Knight G5, Knight H6, D4. This position is busted for Black. Or by White. Or whatever it is, White's winning. Pretty much. Straight out of the opening. This Knight on G5 is really strong. You get your pawn back. Center's great. Knight on H6 is pretty trash. And if they ever play F6 and take your knight, the position is also lost for Black. So that's kind of the critical line, is that if Black plays F6 here going after the knight, you can go Bishop F4, pawn takes knight, Bishop G5. They can't block Bishop E7 without giving back this piece. And once they play Queen D7, castles, they cannot challenge this crisscross of bishops, and the position is lost. I've had this once in a game, but I've never had my opponent make it past move 20 as Black in this line. So Bishop G7 is reasonable, and the obvious move for White is Bishop F4, but I like that Storms is thinking for a couple minutes. Why not? You've got time on your clock. If you don't know everything by heart, you know, maybe think about your moves a little bit here and there. Got an hour and a half. I feel like White may have been familiar with the position, somewhat familiar with it up to here, based on the speed of play. I think they may have known this idea that Knight G5 here is good, and that F6, Bishop F4, in this case, actually is very good for White, with the Knight stuck on H6. So Bishop G7, not super critical. The answer will probably be Bishop takes F4. But it's reasonable to have a little think. And here we've got a move from White. They took on F4, 2 minutes. Perfect time usage. It's about how much I would have spent on that move myself, and I certainly know this position. So this King's Gambit is something we will want to come back to. Have I opened this game as well? Whoa. Yeah, anytime something seizes me, you know, then I'm kind of curious. Knight C3. Hey, Gefilte Fish. Welcome into the show. Knight C3. Knight C6. Get out of the way. Some kind of... Oh yeah, E5 here. The knight can't go to any of these squares. Bishop F4 defending the pawn. Nice. F6 wanting to bring the knight back out. White gives the pawn. And threatens Knight C7. And what's the plan on E5? E5 being the obvious move. Black played it after 2 minutes, and now White's thinking. Knight B5 in 3 seconds, E5, and now thinking. Okay. And normally when you play Knight B5, you'd want to have a plan against E5. I've thought of a sort of a plan here with Rook D1. We'll see if that happens. The queen doesn't really have anywhere good to go. So like Rook D1, queen here, queen takes, knight takes. Knight C7 to A8 is probably winning, maybe slightly complicated. This move looks completely uncomplicated. You attack the knight with Knight C7 threatened, right? So to me, that looks like the end of the comedy. So rook d1, and then queen b6, of course, walks into bishop here, and the queen's just running out of territory to stop knight c7. So rook d1, I think the only move for black would be bishop d7, but then it's not that bad a move. Once you think of it, you know, it's pretty decent to be on this diagonal. It's defended okay. I don't yet know what white's plan would be after bishop d7. So here we got white thinking away. No, I have not thought a lot about a simul this week. Rook d1, bishop d7. Black was ready for that. I would love to do one. But yeah, no plans yet. Okay, this opening here. All right, and now let me go to some under 1600 games again. Swing back around. Wow, this is an example of a game going too fast. They started with 45 minutes. Right? And now, look at that. Blitzing the knight away. So that's kind of a game, Mitt Romney's dog, that's the kind of game that I often jump over, right? When I see the players playing this fast, it's like my advice to them is to take their time. And then I'm done, you know, then I go look at another game. See Guha and Cloud. So we've got a dragon, Sicilian, d5 comes in, and black seems to get a pretty good position. There's a grandmaster by the name of Guha. Check on Cloud and Hermats. Okay, so black's trying to play bishop g7, knight f6, and castle and all. That's right, Gefilte Fish. That dragon was going well for black because of exactly that. The one move d5 countering white's center. Wow, this is unusual. Knight around this way, huh? Now, unusual as it is, this move doesn't look very good, right? Trying to stop the knight from coming to g4. If it comes to g4, you could always play h3 then. If it's bothering you, make it go back. But, yeah, that's unnecessary. White should just be bringing out their pieces. Also, more than that, having played knight c3, shouldn't the point be to play e4 if black lets white? And black did seem to leave white. Doesn't this move look pretty good here? Looks very logical to me. It did start as a Dutch, yeah. Okay, so very conservative e3 from white here. When the moves played so far are really generally associated with e4, right? You're stopping black from playing e6 or e5. You're putting your bishop where if they contest e4 with the knight, you could potentially trade it. And you're putting your knight where you can support e4, but where you can't expand on the queen side, which is one of the other plans for white with the d-pawn. So if this knight is stopping the queen side, it commits you more to doing something in the other direction. e3. Right, maybe white is used to black playing a move like d5 or knight f6 to prevent the move e4, which is the point. And so they've learned that they then always play, you know, e3, knight f3 or whatever. They don't even know that the point of what they did is to play e4. So very, very important, as Gefilte Fish is saying, to understand the points or the ideas behind your own moves. Here, Cloud UCSD hits her mats with a very powerful move here. E5. It looks to blow open the diagonal of this bishop through the center, which will be a very, very good bishop if the center opens up a bit. White doesn't have a bishop of the same color to mess with this one, right? To interfere with it. So it'd be great if white can do this. And the fact that the queen attacks this knight, right? That tactical tempo of the hidden attack when the e-pawn gets out of the way of the queen, that allows black to either blow open the center or push e4 and grab more space, because white's gonna have to deal with the knight here, not the pawn. White defended the knight and black went for explosion. It's not an obvious choice which way to go, but notice that Cloud UCSD spent some more time than her mats. In particular, they spent like 7 minutes on this move, which was the big move that changes the shape of the position, and I think correctly chosen by UCSD to take this moment to play this move and try to gain some strategic progress in the center for the g7 bishop. I think it's a very, very excellent judgment that was made using that time. And now we get the trade on d4, which white is thinking about. Normally pawn takes pawn would be kind of an immediate reaction here. Is there something else going on more important than that pawn? h5, I don't believe. Bishop c4, I don't believe. Yeah, so white's got to just take it back, I think, eventually. Good morning, Pizza Racer. And the rest of Europe as well, of course. Good morning to Europe. My opinion of daily chess, Mickelwold. That's where you play a move every 1, 2, or 3 days, generally. And then your opponent takes a day or two and sends back a move and back and forth. I don't personally love playing daily chess. It doesn't mix well with a certain kind of perfectionism where I can't stand to play a mistake. And I feel too much pressure to play perfectly, once in theory I and my opponent have nearly infinite time to think about our moves. So I don't enjoy it. That said, my first experience of daily chess was playing a series of games against somebody who I thought was a very good player, but it turned out they just used computer engines. So they beat me just game after game after game, and it was somewhat traumatic, I guess. It was somewhat traumatic, I guess. So that may have shaped my relationship to daily chess from an early point. Hey, Daniel Nelson, welcome to the dojo. We're doing well here. Yeah, we're doing well. I'm just gonna do a quick run around the house, see if anybody needs their bed put together for them. I'll be right back. Yeah, I know you're not supposed to use engines, but this person did. So that was my first experience, was getting engined again and again and again. Oh, Loli, you're new to the Discord and the Dojo training program. Awesome. You're interested in playing classical games and then talking about them afterwards. Is there a specific channel in Discord where I could post? Okay, I'm also very bad at Discord. Let me see if I can find it with you, Lolly, okay? Welcome, rules, roles, rating roles, grads, achievements, blog, blah, 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 job openings, general, chess news, questions, find training partner is maybe the most important thing. You could play games with your training partner. So there's a channel called Find Training Partner, which I encourage everyone to use. Now, let me see. Then there's Dojo Tournaments, Open Classical, Round Robins, Dojo Liga. I'll tell you about those in a second. Feedback will not be it. Dojo chat, no. Training channels, openings, clubs, books, where you can talk with other people reading the same books as you. Okay, they've got, yeah, so for each group, near the bottom of the Discord, Lolly, there are some groups for 0 to 500, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 1,500, and 1,500 to 2,000, and 2,000 plus. In those areas, each of those areas has a channel called Find Training Partner and a channel called Games. So if you go into, I don't know which cohort you're in right now, but yeah. There'll be a channel where you can seek games and a channel where you can seek training partners. Those will be great. Stamen, you had nobody cheat against you. That's wonderful. You won a lot of games, mostly on time. Yes, a lot of people don't finish their games, which can also be not the greatest experience. You kind of want to play the whole game. Finally, Lolly, there's an important thing in the dojo. There's these tournaments, round robin and open classical. These are great places to, oh, let me sign in so we can see it. Let's go to tournaments. These are great places to get games. You would put in your cohort up here, you know, and then you would join a tournament. That's a great way to get games. So chessdojo.club/tournaments. And then in most of those tournaments, you're expected to play about 1 game per week. So let's see how our game's going. 84, 84. Check, Haruski, queen trade. And now the big question. Not the $1 million question, the 1 pawn question. Can Cloud UCSD nab this pawn, seeing that white has 3 pieces out against 1, plus the bishop's blocked by a pawn? Can we spend time grabbing that oh so delicious, oh so tempting little pawnlet? My instinct says don't do it. And Proust is a big pawn grabber, but my instinct's telling me to stay away from that pawn. It's so tempting to open up the bishop on g7. I'm so tempted, but I gotta admit, my instincts are telling me do not be so greedy. Do not. It's not obvious what black should play here. I'm thinking maybe even pawn c6 to keep this knight away, because if I play my instinct move, this is my most desirable instinct move, then after knight d5, I don't really see how to defend this pawn, right? Knight a6 they can take. c6 they don't get the pawn, but they still get the rook. Additionally, there's bishop c4 check here, which is also clearly good for white. But it's this knight b5, knight d5 kind of thing that I suddenly don't know what I'm doing about here as black. And it's making me want to play c6 to keep the knight away. Why not take the pawn? Mitt Romney's dog, I just feel like there's going to be punishment. Like I'm going to be too far behind in development as black. Let's say white plays knight b5, attacking the bishop and pawn and rook, right? Then the bishop would probably come here to defend it. a4, a5. I guess still alive for the moment. Bishop here. What's black doing now? Hard to do anything. Yeah, but if black can make some trades. No, but it's what's actually happening on the board that matters, Mitt Romney, not the what ifs. You know. I was also scared of knight d5, but I guess bishop b6 is still somewhat okay. Yeah. It looks very risky to me. I'm not one to make a lot of little pawn moves out of fear. But well, you could try to calculate it all, David Justice, but it is going to be hard to fully calculate the consequences of these lines here. It will definitely be challenging. But yeah, you have to choose which moves are worth calculating, and this feels implausible. All right, give me a second to check on the beds. Black chased the knight back with h6. Interesting. All right, things are looking up or down here in the sense that some people are down in their beds, which is a good thing. Ugh.
Anything else we need to
Other than potentially the list of a couple things that we talked about earlier today and put in
burger buns or
the tick. Yeah,
I get more bananas.
I didn't check our banana count today.
The ones you have are getting really ripe. It's not that we don't have enough bananas, they're just getting really ripe.
Okay, yeah, they are. Lolly, yeah, in those tournaments you're expected to play all the games. If there's like a week that's bad for you, you can sometimes make it up in the next week by playing 2 games instead of 1 or something. But yeah, those tournaments do kind of expect you to play all the games. You know, your opponents are looking to play all the games. If everybody just decided, I do or don't want to play this game or that game, it would not work out. All right, so we can see what black did. They kicked this knight back and then kept the other knight at bay. So they didn't try to immediately blow this. And therefore, the position's a little bit locked for the moment. There's still some latent power to this piece. The pawn trade has softened up d4 a bit, but for now, white can keep it covered and could even dream of jumping a knight in here to follow up with f4. To really try and, you know, keep this bishop under control. So the position looks pretty interesting at the moment, playable for both sides, I would guess. I do really like the idea of playing knight e5 very quickly for white. But there's probably other fine choices as well. Doesn't necessarily feel like the only move, because the move that would prevent it would be something like knight to d7, and that would block in this bishop, and then what would black do next? Just sit there with the knight on d7, never move it to f6, which would again allow knight e5. So it's probably not like a one-time chance, like you find the idea and you sink the knight, or you sink. I think you could probably do other things for white here. But white did just play knight e5 after 4.5 minutes reflection. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea. I would definitely look at this move before any others. But yeah, my instinct is that other moves, there might have been a couple other moves that were okay as well. This I like best. Knight e5, hitting g6. Black's going to be really annoyed trying to defend g6, so there's a good chance they just give back that bishop, right? And then after pawn takes e5, well, without that bishop, there's nothing particularly good about black's position, is there? Well, I guess that there's some solid central control. But white will have solid central control as well, and a small lead in development, and maybe pawns on dark squares. So it might be a very pleasant position for white, actually. Just with this simple knight e5, yeah. Very tricky. It's not something easy to explain or that's really at like a 1200 level. But basically a position like this, even though black's got the dark squared bishop and a seemingly sound position, the fact that white's just a little more mobilized exerts a lot of pressure on black. It takes away a lot of black's options, you know, needing to deal with moves like knight d5 and knight b5. We see black, you know, playing a weakening move to avoid bishop c4 and knight f7, right? Then we see black spending another pawn move to keep this knight at bay, and it's just keeping black from achieving everything they'd like to achieve. And then, you know, here if they played d6, which might be desirable to deny the outpost, still not bringing out any pieces, they'd have to worry about a move like d5 using the development lead. Probably rook e1 first even, but, you know, d5, white wants to take on c6 and then take the d6 pawn while black's castling. If black tries to defend the pawn with a king in the center, it's got the issues of the king being in the center. If black plays c5 to keep this file closed, then knight b5 is immediately kind of crushing. So there's just not totally simple answers here for black, and white finds enough. And that's the influence of the development. It's the thread of, rook e1, the thread of knight to b5. This kind of stuff just takes away options from black. Now, this is our Sicilian defense, where, as a more advanced player pointed out, the fact that black was able to play d5 so quickly and trade off white's center pawn meant that black basically was getting a good opening here. Some trades. Grabbing space. Getting castled. Okay. Getting chased. Interesting position. Black's grabbed a bunch of influence in the center. Two bishops pointing to white's king. The vague impression is, very dangerous for white, I would say. Have I ever done commentary on chess.com? Yeah. Millions of times. I did the very first chess commentary on chess.com. Okay, so it looks promising. White's just played knight c3. It's black's move. Knight c3, queen c3, e4. Bishop d4. Doesn't seem like it achieves much for black, so maybe we should leave the knight here and look at moves like rook to b8. It's a normal looking move, improving the position. Rook d8, also a very plausible move, kind of threatening knight takes knight in a much better way. You'd go for rook b8, Stamen. That's sort of my first thought. Once you go rook b8, you might be threatening things like rook takes, king takes, e4, and just... You sack a full rook, but in a moment you're going to win something back. And yeah, it feels like there's a lot of tactical and rage potential there in black's position. Oh, nice, Lolly. I didn't realize from what you were saying that you'd already played last week, but that's fantastic. Haha. Super cool. By the way, I'll make your announcement again, periodically. We're not going to spam your announcement, but I'll make your announcement for you now and then. Folks, we've got a chess player who I think is from California, like myself, Lolly, who's looking for an opponent to play a classical game sometime on Saturday. I know for some of you it's already Saturday, but for those of you in the U.S., Lolly's looking for somebody for whom it's too late right now who'd like to come back tomorrow and play a game. So Lolly's in YouTube chat if anyone wants to look into arranging something like that. I don't know Lolly's cohort or rating just yet, but maybe they'll tell us and we can add that info to the announcement. Pizza Racer suggests maybe take this pawn and just get it closer to the white king. See if we can't make a weakness or, get control of one extra square that helps in the attack. And it also is a way of maybe increasing the scope of black's rooks. Woo. Excuse me. So, perfectly reasonable move. Similar intention to rook b8, right? They're both moves intended to put pressure against the king. I think that's the most realistic plan. We've got bishops aimed this way. We've got the open file. And kings on opposite sides. So I do think that some kind of move towards the white king is most likely. Rook d8. Okay, so this is a move that is not as immediately aggressive towards the king, but it was on our list of candidate moves. And the idea of this move is basically to threaten knight takes knight check, with the rook eyeing the queen and the rook. So if white took with the queen, then there'd be rook takes d1 winning the game. If white took with the pawn, there'd be rook takes queen. So it threatens knight c3, but I think the big question is, if white plays a move like bishop d3 or bishop e2, almost any move defends the rook on d1. Then you can answer knight takes knight with queen takes maybe. So I'm not sure what specifically black has up their sleeve against a move like bishop d3 here. Oh, looks like we had a decision in this other game we were watching before. Oh, it went somewhat quickly. Black attacked this pawn 3 times and white just resigned before black took it. The white position was going to start falling apart once black takes here. g4 and c4 are both going to be under pressure. So, okay. Very quickly played by Pokemaniac. The game we're on now. Excuse me. Hermat and Cloud. DE5, castles, F4, right? Putting the pawns on dark squares. And, if the players are going to play this well, I'm going to commentate to the level of their play, not necessarily their ratings. So we're going to point out, the idea here is you've got a light squared bishop from the white side. And so you put your pawns on dark squares, controlling the color of squares that this bishop cannot cover. That way, white has control of both light squares and dark squares. That way, black has less safe squares on the board to put their pieces on. Also, some of these squares that are attacked by white can eventually become outposts for white pieces if they make it around there. Also, locking your pawn structure on dark squares tends to lock your opponents on light squares, right? Because pawns are generally locked when they're not attacking each other. Locking pawns on light squares blocks in black's light squared bishop. So black's position becomes very light square focused with weak dark squares. So f4 is a nice advanced positional concept, and I think most very experienced players would guess, like me, that white's position is better once they set up these pawns here. However, something very interesting happens on the very next move. After bishop e6, white plays a an inconsistent move here, compared to the strategy I was talking about before, which is they play h5. This takes a pawn off a dark square onto a light square, which encourages black to put a pawn onto a dark square. So now, if white takes, black takes, we can see the potential for black to set up their pawns on dark squares with the bishop on light squares. They'll complement each other better. The bishop will be more active, have more options. So the h5 move is definitely odd. Oh, and g5, this whole trade did happen. h6, king over. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the live position now. So white's achieved this passed pawn for themselves. It's a dynamic choice, but right now I don't really see the pawn threatening to queen. I feel like black is solidly defending this area. So I worry about the dark squares that white gave up to get this passed pawn. Hi, Luke. Okay, white's looking for some activity. Puts the rook opposite this rook, which is undefended. Prepares ideas like g4, bishop d3, etc. But I will make no secret of it. I kind of believe in black's position here. They complete development. They challenge the pawn against g4. They can probably play f4. Oh, hey, Dennis. Yeah. Yeah, Friday night fights is always fun. I'm feeling a little bit tired today, so I'm not my snappiest, you know. When you've got a regular thing where you just got to be on the stream all the time, you can't always come in with a great personality and great energy, right? Sometimes you just have to make do with a mediocre personality and a drop of energy. So I'm making do today. I mean, everything's been going well. I have nothing to complain about. I had a nice day today. I had a nice day yesterday. You know, been getting my exercise in. Kids have been sweet. Hopefully there's just too much blood in my stomach from having eaten dinner today. Maybe in like half an hour or something I'll be more on top of it all. I don't have any vacation right now, but my kids will be on vacation soon, which is kind of the opposite of vacation for me. I am never going to play Catan probably again in my life, gefilte fish. I think even Jesse with his charisma could not, come on, bro, me into one more game of Catan. I think my career is done. Happy birthday to Luke Wright in the YouTube chat. Hope you had a good one, Luke. He streamed it accidentally the other day. Sure. He's streamed it on purpose before as well. But are you saying like he finished a chess stream, sent a raid, didn't close the stream, and then played Catan to chill out after the chess? Might I ever do something like that? Yes, obviously not with Catan, but I do now and then play a card game called Legends of Runeterra. I hope I got that right. You know, if I just need to space out for a moment and have an easy win, get that easy winning feeling. All right, let's see if we can think of something for white here. Oh, he started up a new stream by accident or on purpose, and the stream was muted. That's an unusual stream, gefilte fish. A muted Catan stream without the end of the game. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that Jesse's still playing Catan, but not entirely surprised. What does white do? You know, black's preparing to chop the pawn and put the rook in the middle. Black's position looks super strong right now. Where's there a weak spot? Maybe here? I have to find something to poke at as white here. Yeah, that's the weakest spot for black. And I was thinking about rook h5, g4, and I was thinking about g4, f4, rook h5. The problem with this other option here is after rook g5, black can go here, and they don't really need to defend the pawn on f5 anymore because it's now super well defended. So they can forget about this file, just come over here and just keep this one pawn defended. And I don't see anything else very useful for white to try there, right? So white goes straight for rook h5. And I guess now if black plays g4, at least the pawns go to light squares, you know? And there would be a plan of knight e2 to f4, which would look pretty good. Just a question of if it's good enough with black playing knight e5. Right? For example, g4, bishop d3, knight e5, knight e2. Oh, wait. There's bishop takes f5, isn't there? So this move would already threaten the pawn. Woo. Okay, that's more promising for white. That's exactly the kind of little thing that white needs to be doing. It would be Mickelwald, yeah. I mean, it'd be a mild form of cheating since I probably wouldn't be talking about your game, but certainly if I talked about your game while you listened and played, that would be full-on cheating. And so to make things simpler, we tell everybody when you're playing, mute or close the stream. And only join the stream when you're not playing a game. That keeps it simple. No question about, you know, oh, he's on a different game or anything like that. Because what's the point? It's just distracting. And I'm trying to emphasize for folks that monotasking on an activity is really a great thing to do. You know, that's the idea of a classical game, is to really immerse yourself in that game. Howdy, Label Sides. How are you, and what brings you here? Yeah, knight e5, bishop f5, this one line that we already put on here, it does have the advantage for black that that rook's undefended. So you could try to do something like this, looking for this. But there might be a fancy way for white to get out of this, David Justice. Rook e1, counterattacking pieces on the e file, with the idea that if you take on f5, I will take on e5. That looks like it probably gets white out of dodge here. Now, of course, in this position, black could maybe try and make some move with the knight to get out of the way of rook e1, but that does give white some time to try and get out. And if the knight moves, then often there will be bishop d3 defending the rook to get out of the troubles on the f file, right? And as long as the knight's on e5, I can't play bishop d3, knight takes d3 check, right? But if I've got rook e1 as a nice resource here, then that might just be the move that saves me. Now black has the move d4 here, which has whatever consequences it has, a tricky move to calculate. And they also have this move rook a e8, preparing to defend that knight, right? And that also has consequences that are maybe tricky to look into. The idea is to take with the bishop, opening up this defense. So I don't guarantee that white can take this pawn, but it would take quite the calculation from black to be sure that white could not untangle this bishop and to choose to sack this pawn. Definitely be a challenging calculation. But let's answer Label Side's question. with this situation itself. Label sides saying, I'm here to learn more about chess. Why such a long time control? The time control label sides is there specifically so that people can think about some tricky and ornery questions like this. The live position in the game, which Black has been thinking about for easily 5 minutes at this point, is after rook h5, attacking this pawn. And if you were playing a rapid game, you would maybe play g4 or rook g8, one or the other, pretty quickly. You wouldn't really know which one was the best move. You would probably just try one. Maybe you'd think about it for 30 seconds or a minute, and then just pick one based on instinct. But against either move, a critical idea is going to be bishop d3 going after this pawn, right? Perhaps the same after rook g8, you see? Bishop d3 going after this pawn. And so when you've got 20, 30, 40 minutes on your clock, then you can actually calculate some stuff like we're doing. And it helps you to make the right decision and also to practice the right decision-making process. So even if you get the decision wrong, you're practicing towards one day being able to make the decision correctly. Also, hey to ZJ Termination. Good to see you here. And so, for example, label sides, we had this variation where we played g4 for black, bishop d3 attacking the pawn, knight e5, bishop takes f5, right? And then here, we're wondering, can white safely grab this pawn? There's an undefended rook on f1 attacked by this rook. Black's got kind of undefended pieces here. The knight and the bishop both dangling. And then we try to calculate this. And the same thing that we're doing by trying to calculate this here, that's what Cloud, UCSD, and Hermat are trying to do during their game. You mean, Mitt Romney Dog, you'd like to come on and do the commentary with me? Is that what you're asking? There'd be a chance for somebody from our community or the stream to do some commentating? Yeah, totally. What are your rook g8 chosen after a good thing from black? Right. Yeah, if it turned out, so I mean, the upside from our perspective would be if it turned out that you were great, then you could sub for me some days when I'm busy, which, as you may have noticed, does happen occasionally. What does it say? Are you trying to impress or improve? And then of course, if you're really terrible at it, it would be comedic. But if you're sort of slightly bad at it, then it would just be slightly awkward for me to tell you thanks for giving it a shot. But it's not quite at the content level that we're aiming for or whatever. Do you have any relevant experience or qualification or anything with something like commentary or broadcasting or public speaking or chess teaching or something in that direction? What? Oh, you've been a chess coach for a while. Great. I mean, I'm happy to give anyone a try, really. I like the idea.
I'd love the idea of a sub.
Yeah, I've got someone else here who would love there to be a sub.
Do you want water?
I haven't, thank you.
Ice cubes in your water?
I'm fine with the water, thank you. That's very kind. Did you find the thing you were looking for?
Yeah.
Nice.
Found a few other things, but still haven't.
There were some things you didn't find.
No.
No.
Found everything.
Oh, you found some things that we didn't need that slowed our cleaning up.
Correct.
Perhaps.
Tangerine ice cream bars.
I thought I saw something cold going into there. It was a hot day to be in a store that had popsicles and try to resist them.
They only have them in New England all year. They only have
Oh, it's the ones they haven't had all year because they only had the mango?
Right, they don't like the mango.
I know.
I know, so I bought it for them. I'm such a good bad mom.
Yeah, such a sweet pushover. We're always trying to make things better. All right, so rook to g8. Has Hermats played bishop d3 yet? That was the move we were really looking at. Through an h7, rook g7. Interesting. Whoa. And now going after this piece. If it moves away, then this pawn's going to roll. So the obvious move for black is rook e8, defending the bishop. What does white have planned against that? More harassment from another angle? Wow, this could be weird. Look at this. Rook e8, bishop h5, rook e7, bishop g6, and the bishop gets in here defending that pawn and attacking this one. And black even has to watch out that they don't blunder into a rook f8 checkmate at some point. There's some elements here starting to speak for white. Wow, Hermats really finding some moves here. Cloud holds their ground here for a moment with rook to e8. Against bishop h5, there's also the move bishop f7 to calculate. It's pretty messy. No, it straight up doesn't work. Oh, Mitt Romney, you're saying maybe on this move it could have been this rook instead of that one, so that you're not even giving this bishop tempo, right? That's possible. It's so natural to bring another piece to the game, right? Instead of continuing to use this one. You move this one, now you've abandoned that pawn, and you're not really threatening rook takes h7 anymore, so it's not your dream, but the idea is, I guess, still to play knight e5 and then untangle once you grab the pawn. By the way, are you a dog or a human? Other question related to your potential performance as a commentator. Yeah, that's a very practical quote, Rascal King. I would suggest that the person you're quoting may have been missing the moral dimension as well. Just because you can do something, just because you have something, doesn't mean you should just do it. You're proficient in English, so yeah, I guess it doesn't matter too much what species you are. Yeah. Totally fair point. Probably if you were a dog who spoke English this well, it would just be a real bonus. I think both players are using their time well in this matchup between Hermats and Cloud UCSD. That's part of what draws my attention and interest to this game, is I feel like the players are putting a comparable effort into the game, and that's keeping it very interesting. Yeah. I mean, I feel like they wouldn't be coming for the chess, but yeah, we would get a lot more views than we do at this point. And the other folks at the dojo could post all kinds of shorts, you know. Dog corrects IM. Dog teaches IM about back rank mate, etc. Shocked face, double exclam, blah, blah, blah. So bishop h5, rook e7, bishop g6. Maybe knight e5 is a critical move to consider in that line that we were looking at a little bit before. Bishop g6, knight e5, bishop takes f5, and then maybe something like here. Feels like white's refuted at that point. I considered bishop takes bishop, rook takes f1 check, kind of an exchange sack, but I didn't see any reason why that should be good for white. And I considered g4, trying to anchor the bishop and hold the piece, but there's just knight takes g4. So Stamen's saying it feels like this pawn's not going anywhere. They would consider knight f8 holding this together instead of rook e8 going into some of these tactics. But Stamen, if you move your knight away from e5, indeed, the pawn might not be going anywhere, but I want to send that pawn to hell, if I may say so, right? Like, if I'm black, I want to eliminate it. That's the next stage in this game for me as black. So I feel like I need to keep the pressure on the pawn, actually. Even if you say, yeah, it's going to stay weak. I don't want it to stay weak. I want it to get gone. Yeah. That would be my definite priority and instinct as black. So, what's going on? Rook e8. Bishop d3 was played, not bishop h5. Okay. So again, it's asking, knight e5, what happens? Knight e5, bishop f5, some rook comes to this file. And I don't know. But black, who doesn't have tons of time left, fairly quickly played f4 here. Just not calculating those long variations this time. They block out the rook. And they still want to play knight e5. So now will we see something like g3 from white, or will white say, okay, it's time to just defend my pawn tamely? Great question from Apolytrosin. Any advice for analyzing your game by yourself? About to start going through my game now. So first you're going to go through the game you just played, right, Apolytrosin? Just to be clear to everybody. So you played a game tonight that lasted from about 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. It finished about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and you want to get into it right away, right? My first question to you is, have you ever analyzed your games before? Right? So it's like if somebody came to me and asked me for advice on playing chess, one of the first questions I would need to know is, like, how good are they, right? Because if they're rated 2000, I shouldn't start telling them about how to checkmate with a queen. And if they're 600, I shouldn't start telling them about weak color complexes after a knight for bishop trade in some variation of the Winnower French defense or something, right? So I need to know what your experience and level are in game analysis before I know what the appropriate advice for you is. And I'm happy to give you some, 2-3 minutes of advice here on stream. I will mention for you and anybody else watching that the dojo did put out a book called How to Analyze Your Chess Games. It's got chapters by Jesse, Kostya, and myself, and it's got over 100 annotated games at every single level from players in the dojo, like players rated 300, 400, 500, 600, 800, 1200, 1900. Every single level is represented in there with games that we think are well annotated by players at that level. So you can get examples of all kinds of annotation or game analysis. Also, there are some shorter videos on YouTube by both Kostya and myself about analyzing your games. That's funny, Nolan. I'm glad your dryer's done and that ours is maybe done as well. You've analyzed about 12 or 13 of your games already in Elite Chess Study. Great. So, okay, so you have some idea what you're doing. What I like to do right after a game of Polytrosin, at the moment you're at, is maybe just jot down really quickly some of the things I thought of during the game. So don't yet try to improve, your thoughts or double check things yet. First, I just put in some of what I thought during the game on just a couple important choices, right? Like maybe mark down what you think the most important move of the game was, or where you think, I believe you lost your game, if I remember what you said when you came into chat earlier. So you could put down something like, here's where I think I lost the game, or this is, the thing my opponent did that I didn't see coming, or this is a position that I thought was good, but maybe in the end it wasn't good now that I've played out the game, but when I was playing towards this position, I thought the position looked good. Put down a couple notes like that first, because that's the stuff that a week later you would forget and you won't have access to it anymore, potentially, or maybe 2 weeks later, right? So it's really good to put down a couple like really important thoughts from the game if you're getting to it this quickly. That means whether you then have time to finish analyzing it today or in a week or 2 weeks, you'll always be able to compare what you thought during the game with what you can figure out afterwards playing through the game. And then my next piece of advice, if you've analyzed 12 or 13 games, basically you're not a beginner, but you're not an experienced game analyst either, right? You're sort of like somebody who's in the process of getting into it and improving their skills in this. So, in chess, it would be like being a 600 instead of a 200, but you're not yet a 1500. You're not somebody who's done it hundreds of times and has been to tournaments and blah 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 blah, right? So I would still suggest to you, once you've put in some of your important thoughts about the game, pick one or two important moments or thoughts or questions and only focus on those moments in your analysis. Don't try to analyze every move of your game. So if you think that there's a certain moment where the game turned, and there's a certain moment where you considered 3 options, you thought about it for 5 minutes and couldn't figure out how to decide, right? I'll give you an example from the game we're watching, right? Let's say that in the game, after white played rook h5, that black looked at g4 and rook g8 for about 5 minutes and couldn't figure out which one was better. They might go back later on when they're doing the analysis and try and figure out which of those 2 moves was better. There goes that e-pawn, by the way, folks. It has been finally consumed by Cloud UCSD. What a joyful moment for black. The first big celebration of the game for the black forces. We have achieved one of our goals. We have worked together. We have stayed strong. We have defended our pawn chain. And finally, white couldn't come up with any more threats. And we have been able to consume this weak e5 pawn, which black has been aiming at for how many moves? Knight d7 on move 20, attacked it. White's never defended it since then. 5 moves later, white has run out of counter threats against black's structure, and black has been able to consume that pawn. What a satisfying moment for the black army, right? 5 minutes, 5 moves, and 20, 30 minutes of battle, and they get the pawn. Yes. My email address, absolutely Mitt Romney's dog, is my last name, Prus, @gmail.com. So send me a follow-up there, and we'll talk about getting you on for one of these Friday night shows. Is Friday night... Well, first of all, I don't know if it's Friday night for you, but is this program like a good time for you to try out? All right, so here's a very important revealing comment from Pawn to GM at 30S on YouTube. They say, your discussion about game analysis caught my eyes, or ears. I really don't know how to do it myself. I try to go with the engine, but sometimes I don't get it. And when I do a lot with the engine, I tend to forget them fast. Yeah, so Pawn to GM, I advise everybody to never use the engine in their game analysis until they're already a master. A master will already have the discipline and know how to work. They'll have the discipline to think about the position for themselves first, then look what the computer says, then compare the two. Also, a master will have the skill to interpret, sometimes, what the computer's saying. As you said, I try to go with the engine, but sometimes I don't get it. Well, probably almost none of the time do you get it. Ponta GM would be my guess. My guess would be you almost never understand what the engine's saying or doing because it's at such an astronomical, insane level now, right? So that's one of the first problems with using the engine is you don't actually understand what the engine is telling you. Related to that, you then quickly forget whatever you may or may not think that you learned from the engine. The reason is you didn't really learn it, so of course you forget it quickly, right? If you told me a bunch of obscure science about cellular biology right now that was way over my head, and then tomorrow somebody asked me about it and we'd be like, oh wow, David already forgot what Ponta GM told them Friday night and it's only Saturday morning. Well, obviously, because I was never really capable of processing it, right? And you just gave it to me. I didn't work for the knowledge. I didn't build up to the knowledge. I didn't have the context for the knowledge, right? So, of course, you're forgetting quickly things that, to some extent, you could say you never really knew them, right? Like something you... So, you could argue semantics, whether that's even forgetting or not, but the result is the same. We understand that very quickly there's no knowledge acquired or left, right? So, absolutely, chess artist, ask away. We are in asking. So white improves the knight to d4, challenging this bishop. Black makes a trade, simplifying a little bit, and then moves the bishop out of the way of the knight. So for the moment, black is up a pawn. They have chances to maybe even clean up this pawn, depending how things go. And this knight is not yet finding an impact. Black's got it controlled here, controlled here. Black's got this open file. Everything looks fine for black. They look very comfortable here. So, no, thank you, Ponta GM, because you said exactly what I needed somebody to say at that moment. So that is why, yeah, my advice... My advice is definitely to go without an engine. Mickelwald says it's very freeing to analyze without an engine. You can look at lines without them having to be correct. It removes that perfectionism. Just look for something, try and figure something out. So hopefully that's useful for you, Apolytrosin. We can also talk a little more about it if you want. Stamen agrees with me. Black's doing very well in this position here. And Pizza Racer correctly identifies me as a purist. Jesse and Kostya apparently both say you can use the engine after you've analyzed yourself first. You can. I'm just saying it won't be good or helpful until you're a master. Sorry, Scott, are what better? Yeah, there's a reason, Elliot, that most people have picked up the bad habit of always reviewing with the engine first. There's a couple reasons. And I don't mean, when I tell folks that it's not good to do it, I'm not saying that, I may be a purist, but I'm not saying that to try and say I'm better than you because I don't do it. I'm not doing it to gatekeep by telling you you're not good enough to do it. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty or bad for doing it, okay? None of that is my intention. My intention is just to give you the straight truth about what's best for you, for those who want to improve. And that's the only reason that I say it. Now, why do people have this habit? I think two main reasons. Number one, it's psychologically deeply satisfying to think that you've got the answer about your game. What most people do with anything, with any information, any news, any results, you interview for a job and you don't get it. You ask someone on a date and they decline. You make a joke with your friends and nobody laughs. Most of us, anytime something happens, we want one thing as soon as possible, right? We want a narrative to explain what happened in a way that reduces our discomfort with what just happened. That's what you're looking for. So when somebody plays a chess game and then they go turn on the engine, they're turning on the engine because the engine is going to give them basically bulletproof information, so to speak, about the game, from which they can then build a narrative about why the game went the way it did. They're not really going to understand it on the X and O's on the board, but they can explain, I was playing great and then I blundered, right? Or I was playing well, but I got into time trouble. Or I just didn't know this opening and I was drifting. Like, they want something like that so they can explain away psychological discomfort around a game they've just played. That's the number one thing that they want, and one of the two main reasons they turn to the engine. The second reason is that most of you probably use chess.com, and chess.com pushes that game analysis. Now, chess.com pushes that game analysis partly because people want it. When we set out on chess.com at the outset, Eric, Jay, and I did not have the idea of pushing the computer game analyses on people. It was something that was developed later, and which we internally said it's not useful, it's not good, but people are starting to demand it, and people demanded it, and we provided it. And so that kind of builds on itself, right? Eventually, these game analyses by computers are something that is helping chess.com's business model. They have supplied something that people had a desire and a need for, and as long as they keep supplying it, the need and desire for it grows. And long ago, people would go from the free chess.com to the paying chess.com in order to get access to extra lessons and things, right? Then we put ads on the free accounts. Then I think one of the main motivations for upgrading to the lowest level was just to get rid of the ads. And now I think one of the main reasons people upgrade on chess.com, although I'm not privy to the inner workings anymore, I'm not working there, so this is just guesswork from the outside, but as somebody who has some understanding of the market, I think it's to get access to more computer game analyses because they cut you off after a certain number, and to get access to more puzzle rushes, right? Now, both the computer analyses and the puzzle rushes are both features that are essentially useless from a chess teaching perspective. They're some of the worst features on chess.com from that perspective, the least important features, but they work business-wise. And so those are the two reasons, I think, why you're going to see so much of people. I also want to get back to our game, and there's lots of great questions here. But those because those things make chess.com's business live, it's very hard for chess.com not to provide those. But then the more chess.com provides and pushes those, then even the people who wouldn't have asked for it get used to it. You see what I mean? And it sort of spirals in that direction. And it's the easiest thing in the world is always for things to spiral towards what's easy, what's satisfying, right? What's hard is being uncomfortable and being patient about figuring out your problems and slowly fixing them. That's what's hard, but also in many cases what's most useful for yourself and the world around you. What's easy is having an answer in 10 seconds, building any narrative you want about it, not having to do any work to prove your narrative, just being able to psychologically say, here's some answer to it. I don't have to feel bad. I don't have to do any hard work, kind of thing. That's what's easy, and that's what it kind of like what things tend towards all over. All right. So then we had a question from Scott. Are the short Chessable courses better than the deep ones because you can build on them over time and not spend forever memorizing? Probably, Scott, but I mean, that makes sense, but I've never done any Chessable opening course, so I can't answer your question. What you say makes sense, but I just don't know. So I've never done a Chessable opening course. I would guess that most Chessable opening courses are bad, period, whether they're the short ones or the full ones. Not bad in the sense that the grandmasters are doing bad analysis or poor explanations, but bad in the sense that they're useless to you to get better at chess. All right, let's see a few moves of this game. So Cloud UCSD after King D2 said, yeah, let's just cut the Gordian knot. Let's clean up another pawn. Let's make space for our king to get out of the corner and come up and defend this pawn structure with the king. White defends the rook, so makes a trade versus, rook g6 going after this pawn. I think black would play rook g7 and similarly, hold the structure and try and bring the king out of the corner. So rook h1, black's happy to make a trade, brings the king up, and white tries to keep the black king from getting towards the pawn structure. Rook e7, just extra supporting these pawns. Very nice, patient moves from Cloud UCSD so far. White goes after g5 in a way that might force black to make another trade here. And then the pawn structure is not so good, and it's hard to progress for black in this position. Yeah, I think the best plan I see for black is pretty complicated. It's to do something like a5, a4, and then rook e3 going after this pawn. You sack this one here. This is not what black did, by the way, folks. And it's very challenging to do this because now white has rook a7 or rook b6 or b4, all with counterplay, right? Rook b6, and you go g4, rook check, king f5, and you try and win with these pawns. Basically, it becomes a race. In order to make progress, you had to sack the other side of the board, but because your pawn was already on f4, because you only had one pawn to capture and then your two pawns are free to go, and white needs to capture multiple of your pawns, and that didn't even make a pass pawn, maybe they should go here, right? But you can see that black's way ahead in a race. White needed to take two pawns to free up a passer, and look how fast this pawn's already going, right? Rook here, here, rook here, rook g3. And black wins by queening the pawn. Just an example of proper technique. The game's played at such a high level, I have to give Cloud UCSD at least one comment somewhere in this game of something that they could maybe think about. So g4 was played in 5 seconds. I'll also say, with 15 to 20 minutes on the clock, this is not a trivial decision. Whether g4 is good or bad, whether a5 was good, whether rook e3 is already good. Rook e3, it's similar. It's allowing rook d7 check and rook takes b7. I was trying to maybe maximize with a5, little finesse there. Whatever the best approach is, this is like the moment to use maybe half of your remaining time even to make sure that you've got a good plan for advancing the game from here. At this level, the moves of yourself and your opponent may be a little unpredictable, so maybe it's more like 5 minutes out of 15 that you want to use, but this is definitely a key moment, so it's a moment to spend time. And so 5 seconds for this move was not very good. And white prepares f2, rook f6 to stop the pawn. Not so easy. I think black may still have a good move, but it's tricky now. Oh, it is tricky. Very tricky. All right. I'm going to catch up on the Twitch chatters and answer some of your questions. We have puzzle rushes in the dojo program. We do, Pixion. We have them not as a way to get particularly better at tactics. We've got them as kind of an assessment. The puzzle rushes are correlated, like your score on puzzle rush is correlated to how good you are at tactics. So by having you do a couple puzzle rushes and seeing if you're making the mark for your cohort, that lets us know partly if your tactics is, in the red, the yellow, or the green, whether it is something you need to work on more or not. So it's kind of useful in that way. And as Fluent says, we make little narratives for everything in our lives, right? And specifically, I gave mostly the chess examples, but I did say it applies, I think, to almost all of our lives. And specifically, we're making little narratives that reduce our mental stress, that reduce any cognitive dissonance or worries or concerns, right? That's like the key thing. People are narrative living and making animals, right? But specifically, we tend to do it to reduce our discomfort. Okay. It's your boy. I don't think that puzzles are bad to do on chess.com. I think specifically Puzzle Rush is not the right way to do puzzles. I think chess.com's puzzle tool is a great one, and a very good tool for getting better. And overall, I think that premium membership on chess.com is a million times worth it. It's like one of the best deals in all of the chess world. You get access to so many things, video lessons, puzzles, openings, end games, positions to practice. There's so much stuff on there. And it's really cheap compared to anywhere else because so many people have used it. So, each of you is putting 1 cent towards these different products. So, nowhere else do you get that much, Stamen likes an idea of c5 at some point. I probably missed that point. Sorry. Yeah, Pizza Racer, you do untimed puzzles on Chess.com and Lichess. That's perfectly good, Depending on each person's level, the sweet spot for you in tactical work is going to be different. Some people should be doing puzzles that take them 1 or 2 minutes to figure out. Other people should be doing puzzles that take them 5 minutes to work out. Other people should be working on positions that they need to think 10 minutes on. But there's very few cases of people who need more practice doing puzzles in 2 to 3 seconds per puzzle, as Puzzle Rush often gets done, right? So it's not a typical use case. All right, Cloud UCSD plays this Rook E2 move. That's my instinct, that's going to be the best move. And it's a very tough question for white, which way to go. If you go King C3, you're far from this pawn, right? If you go King D1, you're still in touch with the rook and the pawn, but black plays Rook B2, and your queen side starts to really creak apart. Let's see what white chooses. They defend the pawns, the materialistic choice. And now if F2, the rook will have to go here, but that still doesn't get the king out. If Rook G2, Rook F6, Rook takes, again, withdrawing chances for white. I mean, black made a dramatic commitment here when they played G4, right? They played this pawn sack, and it's got to be justified. Maybe originally they thought that, they could just push the pawn through, but it turns out after Rook F6, Rook F7, takes, king here, the king catches the pawn. Wait, the king and pawn ending's winning anyway. Maybe that was the easiest choice for black. Let's look at that again. F2, threatening to queen. Any move for white here, that's the only move, right? Then rook here. You can't avoid a rook trade because black will queen. Takes, king here, king here. It's a guaranteed win. Oh, man. So that was the answer to this endgame. That was the right move there. So rook e2, it's a good-looking move, and it was my instinct move. But if we stop and give the attention to the board that a player will in a classical game, and I sort of apologize / don't apologize for answering other questions and not always being focused on the commentary. But if we really focus on the position and think it through at a classical level, we can calculate an idea like F2, their idea is Rook F6. Okay, does it work or not? No, because even though we sacked a pawn, we're still up a pawn. We were up 2 pawns, and king and pawn endings are just like tic-tac-toe. Stamen, where are you thinking of king to G8? You're thinking of bringing the king back for black somewhere here? I'm not sure where that would be. Okay, I got the email, by the way. Got the email. Okay, in this key position where rook e2 got played and where we just figure out that f2 is winning. So king g8, what makes you want to play king g8, Stamen? What's the goal? I mean, normally our king's trying to get up the board, but of course there are tactical reasons to do all kinds of squares. So what's the idea here? As far as I can see, you can always still win with this f2 rook f7 idea. So I don't think this spoils anything, but I don't see the specific point of it. I don't really have a great move for white to take advantage of it, but I don't really see what black wants to do next against, a3, or if I go rook f6, I think we're back to the same idea of rook f7. You had a similar idea to eventually do this rook f7 move. Yeah, it doesn't really cost you anything, because if white plays g6, it's a pretty bad move. Your king, that's the only move that stops rook f7, right? But the king comes up, and now it's in touch with the pawn. And the rook can't go to f6 anymore, right? So now the rook just can't get back to this. So, I mean, there's no way for white to exploit this move, but there's no particular benefit to the move compared to f2 that I see. All right, king c3, rook f2 played. Interesting. So I want to go rook f1 and maybe f2, but I think this rook on f6 construction is going to keep the black king bottled away and deal with this pawn. I don't know that black's going to be able to win this endgame here. Staying focused is definitely getting harder, pawn to gm, and chess is good training for it. There are other trainings out there as well. And yeah, I think being able to focus is a useful skill to have. It's not the only skill to have. There's other people who can do really amazing things with multitasking and so forth that don't come natural to me, and those are valuable as well. F1. Hey, chess artist. Sorry, I must have lost your message before. Yes, Miss Romney's dog. I received your email. Okay, you're participating in the dojo round robin. Can I please make some strict regulations for the round robin? Players are very lethargic, not accepting playing requests because of its rule, like you can play with anyone at any time in any order. You've contacted 4 round opponents and no one is playing for the next 2 weeks. There is a new rule that has just been put in, chess artist, to try and deal with some of that lethargy. So if we go to the round robins, actually it may not show here just yet. Go to info. Here it is. Here's the new text. Players who enter the tournament and complete 0 games will face a penalty of $15 regardless of subscription status, whether they're a training program member or not. They can't go into the tournaments and then not play. So that's the new piece, which will hopefully push things a little bit towards people completing things more. Yeah, the idea of f2 and then move the rook with check at some point, but once black plays f2, white can just play king c2, right? And then there won't be room. Oh, the king already moves in that direction. So against f2, white might be contemplating this, but it's the wrong idea because it allows them to go after these pawns. Really, it's fine to just put the king here and just sit with all your pawns defended. There's no room for check because you just take it. No tricks, And you just sit here as white. The black king can't get out. The pawn can't move forward. The rook can't attack anything. And that holds. So king d2 played. White goes back to f2 check here. See, rook f1, king d2 check. And white should be content to just repeat the position with king c3 here. Yeah, I hear you, chess artist. Can we insist that people play in the pairing order? That's plausible. Let me bring that idea back to the group. Okay, chess artist? Let me bring that back to the whole team and see what we think about enforcing an order and with what strictness. All right, king c3, correct move from white. Elliot, you want to see in the dojo, where does it show you your sort of grading, right? So this is a basic page. I don't know how good the screen capture is for this. It's probably not super complete. Okay, so this is basically like a normal profile page, right? It's your basic profile / training plan page, right? And up here, there's all these tasks, right? It's sort of like the default page when you log into Dojo. To the left of the training plan, there's coaching and then ratings. Let's click on ratings. And the first rating should usually show your preferred rating. So my preferred rating is FIDE. Below that, it'll show other ratings you have that you've linked. So I've got my chess.com rating. It's got my Lichess rating, 1500, 0 games, 0 changes. USCF. And then at the bottom, the tactics rating. So my tactics rating is green. That means it's in the next cohort up, right? It's in the 2400 to 2500 range. If my tactics rating were between 23 and 2400, it would be in yellow here. And if my tactics rating were under 2300, it would be red, telling me I'm not even at cohort level in tactics. So, does that show up on here? Yeah, it did. Okay, back to our game. C5 from black. So they're going to try and use the pawn majority on the queen side to try and make some progress somehow against the king's ability to defend the white pawns here. At this point, black can't win with the f pawn. So the only way to win is to use the f pawn to keep the white rook busy for a moment and advance these pawns in a way where you then counterattack on this side at some point, sacking the f pawn to break through on the queen side with your rook. The king's not getting to the game, so this is like the only hope. It's not good enough to win, but it is what you have to try. You know, so hopefully that makes sense. Let me fix the view a little bit again. Do you have a tactics rating yet, Elliot? The tactics rating will become more accurate the more of the assessments you've done, which include like logging a puzzle rush score, probably logging how many Polgar mates you've done, and taking a dojo tactics test or a dojo checkmate test. Hello, Dabo. Welcome, welcome. This requires intricate defense from white, this idea of, you know, mobbing with these pawns. So, you haven't logged any tactics, so you won't yet have a rating, basically, right? Yeah. You'll get to it. Over time, you'll get to it. You don't need to be in a rush to have that rating, you know. It takes some time. You don't need to rush doing all the assessments or whatever, but it'll be useful at some point, you know, in terms of showing you if you need to do more or less tactic work. What fighting part, Dabo? I think the importance of the fighting part might vary a little bit by person, because people are going to have different personalities than Jesse. For some people, the fighting will be very important. For others, it'll be one element. That doesn't make any sense, 316. That doesn't make any sense. You think it was an insane bug on chess.com? Or is it possible that you were logged out? Even if you're logged out, doesn't it normally just run your time till you come back? Or at least on your opponent's time? But there's some limit. It won't... If someone's logged out for a while, they won't wait forever. Yeah, I understand that example, Dabo, yeah. A different degree of intensity and focus and purpose in what you're doing. Somebody who's hungry will get food, and somebody who's starving to death will get food, but it may sound the same in that sentence, but what you'll see in reality is completely different. Good for Hermaz that they still had a little bit of time. They've both used time well throughout the game and had a little bit in reserve here. Now they have to figure out what to do if black plays b5, a5, b4 check, and start trying to push the king off of defending these pawns. So obvious move number one is d4. Then black could take, 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 king here. And I think this position's basically winning. Black keeps two connected passed pawns. The rook can defend them. And eventually I think black should win this endgame. So that's one tricky line. Play something like a4 to keep this pawn from advancing and get the pawn off of where this rook can take it. That has a good feeling to it. Instinctively, it definitely gives me the feel of like the right kind of move. All right, have a good rest, Random 1200, and you're very welcome. And we'll see you again in the future. But white has picked the critical d4 move, not this a4 move. So maybe I should look at a4 for a moment anyway. They've played d4, cd4, king d4 quickly. So we're going to get something very much like what I was just showing, I think. Black has one other option here, rook f1, that we should mention. And maybe it's a good thing that Cloud stopped for a second and thought, rook f1 has the idea of f2, etc. Now that you have a passed pawn, it's different. White can't take it, because if you play f2, their king can't get out of the range of these checks, right? So as soon as you play rook here, white has to run the king to the second rank, like what we talked about before, something like this. But now black has d4, d3 check. If the king ever takes, rook to d1, right? So now it gets tricky. It gets very tricky with this extra passed pawn. Let's see, black's made a move. What did they go for? Rook b2, the simpler move. And I do believe that this should be enough to win. If I had like 20 minutes here in a classical game, I might be able to determine whether rook f1 is a brilliant win, or I might be able to be like completely sure if rook b2 is winning, double check it, and just be 100% sure I got this question right. But 5 to 10 minutes, I might not be able to do it. I would try for a bit, but I might not get to the answer. Okay, we get here. So again, you can lock the king out with rook f6, but then black has time for something like rook d2 or rook a5, keeping this other pawn, or maybe rook g2, just cleaning up that pawn. So I think you pretty much have to take it, let the king get a little more active. And, yeah, I don't know that there's very few positions where two connected passed pawns won't eventually win. There are a couple. They do exist. Um, I can show you an example, I guess, just to prove that it exists. Like, let's go here, 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 here. Now we're going to need an implausible move from black. If they bring the rook around to the wrong area, this is the only kind of position I know of that you can hold against two passed pawns. If the rook is stuck behind the pawn passively and your king's here. Obviously here king b7 draws, but even if black had more room to move the rook backwards, right? If they had more room, so we could go here, 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 here. Here the rook has a little bit of room, but basically you can do something like this to cut off this king, and then your king blocks this pawn, and this pawn can't advance because you take it, and the rook is stuck passively. But in this position, the rook's already on the correct side of the pawn, where you can always play b6, you know, rook a5, b5, a6, rook a4, and the pawns can basically self-propel. You don't even need the king to get there to win. So I do believe this position's a win, and this is why I thought that this was so tricky for white and that the move d4 would probably lose to exactly this. So here's a live position. Maybe we'll go grab another game for a moment. Just poke our heads into this game here. Sticky pawns against the boss. Well, it looks like it's too late for the boss. Yeah, you could play rook a5 as well. There's Stamen. Could be pretty similar. Actually, like the rook is weirdly well placed on a2 with those two passed pawns. So I think king g6 improving the king makes sense. But yeah, you're right. I mean, rook a5, you can take the pawn for sure, and you can always come back and defend your pawn. Oh wait, I wanted my king not on the second rank in that game to not get checked and lose the b pawn to a check. Just in case. But here I think the action must have happened a few moves ago when white got this pawn through. Oh look, it was another rook endgame, and black's doing fine here. And they try and go active with the rook, and the pawn simply queens. Ay, ay, ay. So, first of all, the rook shouldn't have moved away from guarding the g-pawn. Yes, normally it's better for the rook to be here, behind the pawn, right? But here at least you're stopping it from advancing. You know, so black could just hold tight here. Stepping away, the pawn advances. And now I would say absolutely the only move would be to come back here. No, the king comes here, and now you're in trouble, right? You don't have enough room to defend this too well. g6, check here. If black plays rook h5 check, the pawn is just going to queen, so that trick's not going to help. Oh, yeah. Okay, this rook move was really bad. After g6, that might already be curtains. Pass pawn might be unstoppable. Because if you come back here, white can already put the rook here, stopping rook g1, you know? And then not much to stop this pawn. I guess come back here. g7 here. Idea the king can come back. But all these rook and pawn endings, all these king and pawn endings are probably lost with the king way over here. Looks like white will collect all the pawns. So yeah, let's go back to our main game. Okay, so here's what we got. We got the king took the pawn, rook check, and takes. Weird direction for the king to go. King f6, check. The king comes over. This is helpful for black. Oh my gosh, to be able to cross this file. So for white, this is bad technique, this king f4, letting the king escape, right? We're better off, playing a move like a rook f1 or king d4. So black's happy to get the king going. And Cloud should eventually win this endgame. It was very tricky and very close all the way through. It's not related to FIDE Pawn. Those games don't have like tournament directors present. Nobody's like watching over you carefully to prevent cheating. I mean, cheating is not widespread, but FIDE tournaments have a different degree of security. Our games are very serious training games, like what you're seeing today, right? I mean, Hermats and Cloud UCSD, do you see that they're putting everything they have into this game, right? There may not be tournament directors, there may not be entry fees and prizes, they might not have traveled to a tournament site, but these people, they're playing for real today, right? Everybody can see and feel that. So when I say that our games are not, tournament rated games, that we don't have that same standard of, in some ways, it's not, and when I say it's just a training game, it's not to belittle the quality of the training, right? It's very, very good work that these players are doing by and large in these tournaments. But yeah, FIDE rated tournaments need a FIDE arbiter involved. They normally need to be played in person where they can be observed. So tournaments will probably come a little bit later for you if you've never played over the board yet. Real in-person tournaments. They add a little something. A little more drama and juice and intensity. Seeing and feeling your opponent right in front of you. So, question of what to do next for black here. Probably walking the king towards the pawns. Another move I was considering was a5. I think is a perfectly reasonable move, advancing the pawns a little bit. Also, having some kind of crink in the pawns allows you to escape side checks. Like if the king heads towards the pawns, if white starts checking you like this on f6 and f7 and stuff, it can be a little bit annoying. So just having the pawns not stuck like this will always mean your king can find somewhere to go. I guess even here you could walk your king to a6 eventually and then block a check with b6. But then when they play rook f7, they kind of freeze you a little bit to the back pawn. So, yeah, it would be slightly annoying. My thoughts on Norway chess so far. Super exciting and interesting. KCC, I was disappointed there was a rest day today. I was enjoying watching the games. But, very, very interesting game so far. Very exciting. From all the players, playing great. Yeah, to get a FIDE, you'll have to play in FIDE-rated tournaments, and, depending where you live, that's easier or harder to find. But whether or not a local tournament is FIDE-rated or just rated for your national chess federation, it's a very, very fun thing to go to a chess tournament. When you find the time and space and place to do it, you'll probably love it. These games that are be playing here at Alvin Cruz, they happen every week around this time. It's one regular opportunity to play chess on Chess Dojo. There's other opportunities too. Like some people before were talking about some of our tournaments, like the Round Robin or the Open Classical. These are other chances to play games on Chess Dojo. But this is more of a drop-in event. It's not, you don't have to play every week to play on Friday night. You just come play one game when you want to. Yeah, the pictures of the players in cowboy gear looked pretty funny. I didn't know that was a thing in Norway, so that was new to me. KCC, I'm live broadcasting coverage of the Friday night fights right now, and I do it every week around this time with very few exceptions, you know. I'm maybe missing 1 out of 10 weeks over the last 30 weeks or so. Maybe even 2 out of 30. So I'm planning to cover this again next Friday. Same dojo time, same dojo channel. Yeah, this check is a little bit annoying. I don't have a clear solution for black on how to handle it. Anytime you go to the 5th rank, of course, white can't check you. But when you go to the 5th rank, white can go after your pawns. Oh, coverage of top chess tournaments. I see. You want to see our coverage of some of the top chess players, not just normal players like we get on Friday nights. We don't actually have a coverage of any other live tournament planned right now, KCC. Jesse pretty much only cares about the World Championship and the Candidates Tournament. So he's not into doing too much else, but he looked at a little bit of Norway chess with me this past week, KCC. He looked at Norway chess maybe two days this week. So I think Jesse and I might cover some more Norway chess next week, but it won't be full coverage. You know, we're not like committed to start of the round to the end of the round, every round kind of deal. And we won't be covering the weekend rounds just because Jesse and I have kids. So when they're not in school, you know. Okay, here's a plan for black. If rook here, king here defending it, right? Rook check, and now king a5. I'm not going to play b6 because I hate the feeling of this. This frozen feeling feels kind of ugh to me. Although it actually doesn't matter. You just play b5. Then your king can go here. If they ever check you, your king can go to a5. You can get this pawn going again. This is fine. This is fine for black. But I was going to... Okay. But what I was going to do was I was going to play king a5 now. And then if rook here, just play rook here. Defend the pawn like that. And now, how do you like my king? That's a good position for my king, right? The rook anchors this pawn, and this guy goes. I met Boris Spassky once, and he gave us a lesson about rook and pawn endings, and he called it the master and the dog. And I don't know how much of it I remember. But, you know, I always think about, like, you know, what should the rook do? What should the king do? And how do they, you know, the rook fight against the rook, or the rook fight against the king fight against the rook? This is a good distribution of our forces. This is like a winning setup once you see this. Oh, Stavanger is for oil. Gotcha. That makes sense. I mean, much of Norway's wealth as a country comes from the sale of fossil fuels, right, Pizza Racer? I mean, maybe as their neighbor you know in more detail than I do, but that's the Econ 101 info on on Norway. We'd love to have you play with us next week, Alvin, yeah? KCC, who are your favorite players to watch? Since you're asking me about the live broadcasting coverage, I'm sure there's somebody you like watching. Oil is what has made Norway rich. Not an answer that Norway can be particularly proud of, but a real answer. Rook f7. King a6. Quickly. Played quickly. 3 minutes left for white. 6.5 for black. They've got a 30-second increment to keep them alive, but they have needed all their resources for this battle. Yeah, well done to both of them so far. I get a little bit of a confident feeling from black on king a6. I like that they thought about king b5 and that they had a follow-up plan to go sort of quickly. And then the next move came quickly as well. So I like to see, like if you think, I like to see that you've got a plan for your next move. That's really good. And at a 1200 level, you definitely can't take that for granted. To look 2-3 moves ahead at the 1200 level is a lot. You know, Cloud is showing a really, just a really advanced ability to plan ahead here. Which I don't mean strategic planning, but I mean just, you know, taking into account opponents' moves, predicting what they might play, coming up with what you want to do in response to it. Showing a good level right here in our rook endgame. Now, black's dream move is something like king b5 and then a5, right? But, okay, white comes around here planning to give some checks like so. One thing black could do is come around and cut off white's king. But also, the simple move b5 is very good here. If you get checked from in front, you can go behind the pawns, right? And if you get checked from the side, you can instead go next to the pawn. So b5 is a good clean move, advancing the pawn, and then planning to improve the king further from there. Okay, rook c5, very reasonable as well, trying to keep that king away from the action. Yeah, Edward confirms. Back when they were 1200, they didn't plan, 3-move sequences like this. Yeah, plus with pretty good accuracy as well on it, right? So black correctly figured out what white might try, planned what they wanted to do against it, and it was even a good plan. So, yeah. High marks right there. In the final phases of this rook endgame, white gives the check. So it's down to king b7 versus rook a5, and this rook's really well placed right now. So I would go king b7 and then advance the a pawn next. King b7 gets played. Half a minute's thought. Basically the increment, 35 seconds. Neither blitzing or rushing, nor tanking. A few minutes left to figure out what they might need to figure out later or next. King d4. Rook's well protected. You can play a5. I could imagine like a hallucinating kind of tactic where you're like, the pawn's overworked, right? And when it takes, then this is a draw. But luckily the rook also defends the pawn. So if rook takes a5, you can take it with your rook. a5 played, excellent move. Pizza Racer, I've never been to Sweden. What's one nice thing about Sweden? Teach me something as we watch the end of this rook endgame. I've been to Norway, and I loved it. There were a lot of things in Norway that I found that I enjoyed. You know, big things like people being nice, and also small things could count. Like, for example, I like the kind of rice porridge that they eat for breakfast. Maybe it's called risgrøt, something like that. I did like that. There's lovely nature with mountains, and Stockholm has its archipelago. Nice. I do love nature. Islands and mountains both sound fun. Or attractive to me. Rook A4. All right. So now black has to figure out, how to advance the next rank. It's one thing to know your position's winning. It's another thing to win your position, right? You also like it? Yeah. I figure it's probably something that other Scandinavian countries eat as well as the Norwegians. I played in a chess tournament in Norway as well, and so that was another thing I enjoyed, was that there was a good chess tournament, and Norwegians were kind of to some extent into chess at that point because of Maggie. King A6, the king just moves further up, defends the pawns better. That move's pretty simple. Black didn't agonize about it, but they also didn't blitz it. They don't have complete confidence here on how this is going to advance. Rook back to A1. And now, here's where I feel this rook actually has to move, even though part of the plan was to put the rook here. Right? This was clearly part of black's plan. But I think, unfortunately, this rook may need to be replaced or removed somewhere else. Just because if you play king b5, you just get checked. If you play a4, your pawn gets taken. If you play b5, your rook gets taken, right? So there's just no way to make progress without moving the rook. But if you backed the rook up, you'd still be cutting the white king on the c file. Ooh, Cloud UCSD plays exactly the move I was just talking about and explaining. So let's put it on the board. It keeps the king cut off, right? And now you can advance b5, a4, king a5, b4, a3. There's like a pretty clear plan for the king to slowly nudge these pawns up the board. And I don't see any real move from white to oppose it. White went rook e1, so now against b5 there's an annoying check from the side. So here black needs to play a4 before b5. Or I don't know if they need to, but it's like a little improved detail. Right? Is if the rook stays on a1, then you play b5. If the rook comes to the side somewhere where it can check you, then you play a4 first. Then, if you ever play b5, your king will have the a5 square to go to and to stay with his pawns and shepherd them properly. a4, beautiful move. Cloud UCSD, rook e3, and now either king e5 or b5 are pretty equivalent here. Oh, so you actually sail around there yourself. That's great. At first I read that as 2,000 islands, and now I see you said 20,000 islands. That's incredible. I'm not a sailor myself. I get a little bit seasick. But if I didn't get seasick, I do love the water. I love the view of like little islands. When I played that one chess tournament in Norway. After the tournament was over, I went to the Lofoten Islands. I don't know how to pronounce anything in Norwegian, obviously, but I went to the Lofoten Islands, which was absolutely incredible experience. And then last year when I was living in France, it was in a coastal town, and there were a few islands off the coast, and we took a ferry out to those islands one day, and it's just absolutely beautiful, except occasionally feeling like kind of sick. And sometimes I just have to, close my eyes and wait for it to be over. But when I'm feeling well enough, I can certainly enjoy all the views. Yeah, Lofoten was just incredible. Really, really beautiful. Really isolated and quiet. Just a whole... It's like visiting a different planet, a different world. Scan the Navy. Beautiful artistic otter. Beautiful work there. All right, so the pawn advances. The king gets checked. He's prepared a cozy little spot for himself. And the next pawn goes. Perfect. Perfection here from Cloud UCSD. Really got it. Hello to you, Daniel Spate. With best wishes from the dojo. Hoping that things are going great for you. Nordkapp does sound like a place that should be very far to the north. Would you visit that place by boat or by land, Pizza Racer? When you go there. Alright, so now the rook wants to harass the kingy from behind. So like a2 rook check would be a blunder, losing the pawn along the a file. So we can't just push the pawn. We can't just ignore white. We could play king b6, taking away space from the rook behind us. But my instinct would be to stay near my pawns if at all possible. So this is where I would want to play a move like king b4, defending the pawn and planning to play, king b3 and so forth, like that, to keep pushing it forward. Are all the viewers playing? No, lots of them are viewing. Some of them are playing, some of them are viewing. But if you would like to play, here's a link. Oh, that's funny, Dabo. Yeah, I said boat or land, and you assumed air. My thinking was that Nordkapp probably doesn't have a population to sustain an airport. So I would have guessed land, because by boat, you'd probably have a lot of, ice to navigate. But I thought there was some chance that it might be by boat, because Pizza Racer apparently is a sailor. And, a professional sailor might be making the effort to visit somewhere by ocean, and there might be a way to do so. Oh, a train would be nice. I mean, I always love trains. And Cloud UCSD, we see investing a couple minutes here. This is why it's nice, folks, if possible, to save 5 to 10 minutes minimum for your end games. Even if it feels like life or death in the middle game. Because, little things come up, and even if you think you're sort of cruising in the end game, you want a moment to consider what's going to happen. You don't want to play in 10 seconds some kind of, because of time pressure, some blunder that blows the whole game after 2 or 3 hours and 60 moves. Yes, Alvin, if you're looking to play a game, you should, well, at least if you're still waiting for a game, you can watch the stream. But the moment a game of yours starts and you're playing, e4, d4, or knight f3, not to give you too many tips or too many hints already, but the moment your game starts, you want to mute or close the stream so that you don't risk me clicking onto your game and then saying something about your game, because I will be switching to 1600 plus games any minute now, right? This game's going to be done in maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and then I'm going to switch to a new game from the 1600 plus section, and maybe I'll watch a couple. We'll see what game grabs me. Rook c4 check. So this envisions maybe putting the rook here to help queen the pawn. I considered this move, but I find king b4 to be the cleaner use of the master and the dog. There comes king b4 on the next move. Okay. Moderately similar. I don't see the value of rook c4, but it doesn't particularly spoil anything either. All right, Alvin. See you later. Enjoy. Hermatz, by the way, has been forced to play basically this whole endgame off of the increment. They had about a minute in this final phase when we got here. Or maybe 2 or 3 to Cloud USD's 10 or so when we got to this final rook and 2 pawns against rook. And they've provided stiff resistance and managed to not quite flag, but also not just sort of like blitz along like they don't care and build up time. I think they're doing a good job of using the time resources that they had in this endgame. On Pizza Racer, I don't know how to allow people to post links on Twitch. Moobot is going to block your link or mute you or something, even though I wouldn't care. Yeah. If you whisper it to me, then I can post it. So if you click on my name and then you click whisper, then you should be able to send it to me. I'm sure it's possible, Artistic Otter. I don't know how to do it. If you wanna tech support me, you can. All right, so this is working. Here's Pizza Racer's chess picture from this morning, folks, for anyone who wants to see a chess picture. My take on the Vienna Gambit, it's a playable opening. Rook b4. Was there a reason Black didn't keep everybody together like this? Slightly odd, but probably, this plan still looks pretty unstoppable. Just unusual. Normal order would be, you keep your pawns together, you keep your king in the pocket, and rook out on the side, cutting off the opponent's king. Feels like all perfection there. I would say exclam, permit, and then Pizza Racer. Pizza Racer will not get timed out for the next 3 minutes. Do you want to take a risk, Pizza Racer, and post a link in chat? See if Artistic Otter's tech support is golden. All right, and that's the game. White indeed could not stop that pawn from inching down the board. Let's also give some props to Artistic Otter on really, really precise tech support there. Very nice. Yeah, it has the advantage of getting your opponent out of prep immediately, and it's totally playable, Dabo. So, yeah, you can do that. All right. Congrats to Cloud UCSD and Hermatz on entertaining us. Wow, for 2.5 hours. Those players really went at it. Woo! All right. Now, let's see if there's any 1600s playing slower than them. Normally there should be, right? Normally there should be. because they've got 90-30, so they've got more time on the clock. They should be able to go even a little bit deeper. Let's see. Oh my god, look at this brutality here immediately between Mouse Slip and the Storms. This was the King's Gambit, folks. This was the King's Gambit that we flagged in the very beginning. Bishop f4, Queen e7, Knight c3, supporting the pawn extra in case this knight gets called to some duty like getting sacrificed, and threatening probably Knight d5, so c6. Black pays tribute of a tempo and takes the best square from this knight. Now you can just castle and the game's over. White chooses Queen d2 instead, though, looking to get the king even further away and have an even more killer crusher position. To me, that looks a little unnecessary. I think get the king out of the way as soon as possible, because their queen and king are in this file too, so all kinds of e5 and d5 moves light up for white. I have a strong instinct to content myself with castling kingside here. I'm like certain it would be winning for white. But we got Queen d2. Black lashes out on the side with b5. Normally you would just retreat to b3, but white goes bishop takes b5. Oh my god. Alright. So if black took, white was either going to play knight d5 or knight b5. They both look pretty impactful. I mean, after this move, for example, I don't see any move that keeps the knight out of d6. Black can maybe castle and instead allow bishop d6, bishop f8. It doesn't look completely obviously clear-cut. Is knight d5 even more crushing? It's not obvious to me either. But 21 minutes, by the way, from white on this huge move. Black did not take it, brought the knight into the center, attacking d4 now that white's not threatening f7. So now bishop c4 would be the most obvious move, saying get back. But we get another thunderous move, knight d5. Queen moves away, takes the knight, takes the bishop. Now this knight is hanging to the queen. Chekaruski. King has to choose, and king f8, bishop d6 looks like no choice at all. Although there's some chance that it could get us a smothered mate. Oh, it's just disgusting. It's not even a smothered mate properly. It's just disgusting. We're not going to look at king f8, bishop d6 on our board. It's too foul. The king goes this way. f6, leaving the knight hanging after 30 minutes, folks. That's how critical Storms thinks this opening phase is here. We're at move 15. They've used 75 minutes. Jesse would be chastising Storms for, a low clock rating because they fought too long. But Jesse himself, when he invented the aggressive repertoire, said that in the aggressive repertoire, which this is not, but he acknowledged the concept that in certain positions, certain openings, certain repertoires, critical decisions come up sooner than in others. And here, it looks like an example of a very, very critical moment and critical move, so we can understand spending more time here than you would in other positions. And in fact, this move here, f6, may even be implying a queen sack, right? So Jesse might give this a low clock rating, but Dabo and I would say this is good usage of time, because if white crushes black, like if they checkmate black or win a piece and queen a pawn, 13 minutes plus a 30-second increment will be fine. But if they made this decision f6 in 5 minutes instead of 30 and miscalculated some line after rook e8 where they're sacking their queen, that would not be fine, right? Here I think you would take like this, takes, and then maybe even come back with this knight. Just trying to queen, I didn't even sack on e8. I didn't want to bring the king closer to this pawn. I mean, there's just no piece on the king side. Is this just sound for white? No way to stop the pawn, right? Completely unstoppable. Not because white's got a million pieces supporting it or controls the squares in front of it. Just literally every black piece is on the other side of the board. And most of them are not developed as well, right? They're on the other side of the board and they're not developed, so they can't even clear the back rank or move. You know, if this knight were on c6, you might have a move like knight e7. They're just all terrible. So f6. I don't recommend rook e8. Another candidate move is going to be queen d5, pawn g7, which obviously looks somewhat risky, but also plausible, right? Queen takes, pawn takes, rook g8. What is white doing about this? I'm not sure. But let's calculate something, folks. Let's keep the juice coming. Bishop takes d6 with the idea of queen e7, mate in 1. If queen d6, I want knight f7, knight takes queen. So we just introduce a threat Aruski, maybe knight c6 to cover the threat. And then maybe we keep our pawn. It's not everything. It's not the end all and be all of winning at chess. But it might be enough here. Right? It's hard to imagine black coming out of this not losing material eventually. Material's basically equal right now. White hasn't sacked anything to get here. If black takes on d4, you know, rook d1 or castle's queenside should win on the d file. There may be something better, but this should win, right, Dabo? There might be something better than this, but this looks like you've got the recipe for a win. Could you just castle and not defend this pawn? Perhaps. Yeah. I could have castled and let black take on g7 and then double rooks or whatever. But I think this pawn's a pretty good asset. I'm willing to just defend it. Or at least I know this position's winning, so it's hard for me not to take the easy way, you know? I don't have to calculate anything too hard here. I calculated queen d4, rook d1. And I calculated knight d4, castle's queenside. And then, you know, rook takes pawn, bishop takes rook. And then I was like done calculating, you know? I'm sorry. As I said earlier, everybody wants things to be, or the natural inclination is to make things easy. I know so, many of us are, you know, playing chess or thinking about things. We're doing hard things, but it goes partly against the grain to do that, you know? So, but the instinct is always like, let me just do the easy win, you know? Not like the 6-move checkmate, but let me just get king and queen against king, you know? And I'll just win it eventually. Okay, on queen d5, could we just play queen e7? Instead of taking the bishop. See, Cameron, now, in a certain sense, that's really easy, checkmate in 1. But since the rest of us can't see checkmate in 1, that's why we have to play not very complicated variations. It's a very specific humiliation. When I miss mate in 1s, it comes up a few times a year. I gotta be ready for it. Gotta be all ready for it. You want to go back and see that bishop b5 sack, Elliot? I'm really unconvinced about it. I don't know what was going on with it. Do you guys think black has any good move here? I mean, we've looked at queen d5 loses, rook e8 loses. I assume bishop takes pawn, knight takes loses because white's up a piece, in addition to the fact that we like white's position. Technically, the bishop could retreat here. And then I'm inclined to defend my knight. Maybe I'm missing a mate in 1 again, but I'm inclined to defend my knight. I know you guys want me to do something sexier for white here. I do hate to disappoint. I'm sorry, folks. I just think white should play queen e4. Knight e7. That's a nice move, Dabo. There we go. Dabo's got a move for you. Knight e7. Excellent, Daniel. Have fun. This interferes along here, so when black takes, Dabo's not intending to recapture immediately, though there's nothing terrible about recapturing, but he wants to take here with check first. And then if the king comes this way, knight d6 will be particularly gory. So you probably see like king here, and that interferes with the queen. Oh my god. Very nice, Dabo. Okay, so you're saying bishop e6 would stop knight f7, and that's what we could expect here. But from white's perspective, many good moves after bishop e6, right? You could play knight e6 check, pawn takes, queen takes, right? Perfectly good position for white, but you might say, oh, black's, limping along here, right? We'll note that black is down 2 pawns with no piece developed and no counter threat here. I guess only 1 pawn because we can't take. So black's down a pawn for nothing here. So of course white's pretty much winning with black having nothing developed and being down a pawn. But if you don't like that as white, you could lead with bishop d6 first, establishing your outpost on e7 and saying that, you can always play knight e6 next move. So yeah, this is completely winning. And this position here, this is truly very easily winning because you got rook here, king's got to stay on the pawn. You've got bishop g5, rook f7. You've got the idea of d5 trapping the knight back here. There's just too much initiative for white. It's more than +2. A computer nowadays will give this plus 3.5 or something. In the old days, a computer would give this plus 2.2 or something. But it is a great position. So we don't really see any real defense to f6 so far for black in all the lines we're scanning. I hope you can hear me somewhat over the sound of my washing machine. It was not our plan to do laundry all day, but it's you roll with the punches, and we had a suspicion of possible pinworm, so we had to try something. What? Je te comprends pas. No. All right. So Mouselip is thinking really hard. Let's grab a second game while we're at it here. The triumphant sound. The machine wants to be patted on the back. You've done well, machine. Okay, so this game is just beginning. This is Alvin's game. Looks like a King's Indian defense. Yeah, still looks like a King's Indian defense. King's Indian defense. To what level, Elliot? I can probably more or less carry a conversation in English, French, German, or Spanish. Hey, Alan. My partner's running some laundry during the show today. Many thanks to her. Merci beaucoup. So white has both set up the pawn chain kind of defensively on the king side and grabbed more space on the queen side looking for c5. So 316 is looking to really grab a lot of the board here with the pawns. The one issue is, picking a spot for the king right now. sort of long term, looking at this position for white. The opening giving very, very nice amounts of space. Beautiful. But yeah, where's the king going to go is going to be the counterplay question that might haunt white a little bit. Black's looking to move the knight and get this pawn engaged. They got to do something. Bishop d7 was a little bitty move that doesn't... I mean, it coordinates things a little bit, but it's not... You don't yet have information about where your counterplay is yet or how important this move was when you play it here. Salmon pudding. Huh. I don't know what salmon pudding is. Can white just play caveman style g4 and h4 as well? Yes, white can, Alan. The thing is, the king will always be exposed when the game opens up. Eventually the game will open up and this king will be in a bad position. Maybe white will have better minor pieces because they've got more space, right? But there will always be counter shots against this king. Because to actually win a game, you always have to eventually open it up, or almost always, right? And when the time comes to open up the game to try and press your advantage somewhere on the opponent, there will be a moment where the game kind of explodes and gets out of control and they can, you know, sack a piece and go after your king. It's pretty much guaranteed there will be those chances. So knight e8 played by Alvin, and next move should be f5. That looks telegraphed and correct. And, you know, g4 and h4 is not going to stop black from playing f5, right? So it's pretty intricate how these positions work. You know, I don't know all the versions of when do you play g5 or when do you trade, when is it good or bad, but I know you would go for this f5 thing. Okay, we got to move over here, folks, so I just want to see it. White spent 30.5 minutes on f6. Black outdid them with 33 minutes and 50 seconds to pick the answer h6. That said, the move seems to lose to pawn takes bishop, but I'm sure it's more complicated than that. Storms has thought for 5 minutes already about this h6 move. Salmon and potato in layers with strong cheese. Got it. So a little bit like a lasagna with potatoes instead of pastas. A layered baked thing, right? Okay, let me ask the first question. We take. The rook goes here. Now, I guess we still have two pieces hanging, so we can't assume that we've won the game, right? Oh, but look at this follow-up. Attack the rook. Rook has to get away. Come in with the queen. We already know that this is totally violent without even seeing the final moves of it. Something here is going to be completely crushing. You know, it could be as simple as knight here. You guys are going to hate me again for this pedestrian move, but look, after I play this move, consider the following. White's currently up a piece. Yeah, white didn't sack anything. They're up a piece. They're threatening to take on d6, which looks basically impossible to defend that square. And this rook is sort of semi-trapped. And we're up a piece. We're up a piece. White's up a piece. You know, so that's just a very simple solution. You take once, then you move the knight, attacking the rook. It takes, get the queen in, move the knight back. It's just, yeah, it's just the end. And remember that there's no rook e8 ever because white just takes the rook and queens. So, yeah, there's not too many branches. I mean, black can't allow pawn takes rook equals queen check. So that's very clear. FG7's just been played, and rook g8 instantly. And now white's double checking again, and white's time usage is fantastic here. You know, they've got just enough time to double check a few of these little details. Maybe hg5 try after knight f6. Sure. Knight f6. hg. Knight takes. Pawn takes bishop, right? Something like this. Queen e3. So what's the material count here, folks? It's rook against bishop. But the crushing factor is that this g-pawn is going to queen at some point, right? If black ever plays queen g2, which is the only breath of like an aggressive move, white can castle queenside, defending the rooks and ensuring that there's no checks on the king. So, you know, whatever happens, this knight will come out and this pawn will go through. There's just no black piece that can control g8 in time. Yeah. 20 move calculation power, Caesar. What else do you have? 20 moves accurate? 20 moves seeing all possibilities, or you can see one single possibility 20 moves deep? Have you ever played chess before, etc.? It's very hard to imagine exactly what scenario you're asking about. I have to know the starting point, and this 20 move calculation power doesn't give me a full picture. Is that the only thing the person can do? Do they not even know? They can think 20 moves ahead in anything in life, but they don't even know how the pieces move. They don't know anything else. They don't know anything about chess. They just have this ability to calculate. One single variation. If you can only see one single variation, most of the time it won't be the right variation, so that won't be enough to power somebody to Grandmaster in a year. A very unique ability, but has anyone in history ever achieved GM in 1 year? Nope. Never. I don't think anyone's ever achieved Master in 1 year. A 10-year-old prodigy just broke the record for the youngest IM. They became an IM at age 10, which is incredible, but I think they've been a prodigy since they were 4 or 5. So that's 5 years of work, and this is somebody with extreme talent. Several people are reputed to have said that, Pizza Racer. Several people are reputed to have said that. I read an article by the chess historian Winter, Ed Winter maybe, about this topic, where he had several examples of people quoting it. And like the quote about it's better to have a bad strategy than no strategy at all. I think it's a quote which, like, many people have said and repeated, so then at some point you don't know who started it anymore. Yeah, Caesar, if you can calculate 20 moves ahead for any variation you choose to calculate, again, we have to say within a certain time, right? You have to be able to do it pretty quickly, because you're going to need to look at, you know, dozens of variations per move. So you're going to have to be able to do that 20 move calculation in a superhuman speed, right? So you're going to have to do that 20 move calculation in maybe 20 seconds or so. But if you can calculate 20 moves ahead for any variation that you think you want to look at, you would be able to become a GM with that skill. Probably even world champion, as Dabo says. Obviously, in a year, you couldn't learn everything there is to learn about chess strategy and stuff like that, but that calculation skill would be so overpowered that, you know, that you would only need rudimentary strategy to deploy it, right? First, someone would have to teach you how the pieces move. You can do that in a day. Then they'd have to teach you about, you know, material and, like, some vague ideas of, like, you know, checkmate and king safety and piece activity. And then even with a very, very bad evaluative function, to be able to calculate that far ahead, I mean, yeah, I think you could become a GM in a year. Calculation is in general the hardest part of chess. I would tend to agree. Knight f6. 5 minutes out of 8 spent on this move. So now there's 3 minutes left for the storms. But yeah, the game's going to be decided more or less on the next move. I would have probably played this move a little bit faster. 5 minutes is cutting it close to me. You got 8 minutes on the clock. I would be reluctant to use much of my remaining 8 minutes. You know, I'd be kind of spending 30 seconds on most of my moves from here. Maybe knight f6, you know, one last important move, calculating HG and stuff. I might spend a minute on knight f6 instead of 30 seconds, but yeah, I'd be getting pretty close to the point where I don't want to go any lower on the clock. Does training blindfold chess improve your calculation depth? Yep, it does. Exactly as you think. Calculation and visualization are similar things. In a sense, when you're playing through blindfolded chess in your head, it's like playing through variations when thinking during a game. So yeah, it makes you better at that. Mouse look kind of on death's door. We'll glance at the King's Indian again for a moment, folks. White castled, black played f5, trade. And so white answered the question about where to put the king and decided what to do about this pawn duo from black. There's space for the white pieces to still fight on both sides of the board. Evacuates the rook from this diagonal. White's looking pretty, to me, playing reasonably confidently, playing these moves at a fairly quick rate. Like they've got some idea of this setup and how they plan to handle the middle game. H6. So you can drop back, drop back. It's your boy. Of course, that question has been asked many times. What's your rating and what's your level right now? Do you look at an empty board training blindfold? That makes it a lot easier, but maybe cheating. So basically, Alan, I mean, you can. It depends what level you're trying to do. It's harder without the board, right? So if you're training, there's not exactly like a cheating, right? Like you could train blindfold looking at a board, and then as you get better, switch to playing without the board. Right? Just like when I'm trying to learn a new language, first I'll watch some trashy TV series with English subtitles, then I'll rewatch it with subtitles in the language I'm trying to learn, and finally the third time I'll rewatch it without any subtitles. And it's the same thing for you. First you're taking away the pieces, then you're taking away the board. You know, it's just levels as you improve. I don't think there's any cheating to it. All right, 1740 in rapid, 1550 in blitz, 1600 in bullet. Right. So you're at kind of like a medium level where you probably know most of all the basic like 1 and 2 move tactical patterns, you know, all the basic forks and skewers, and, you know, bishop takes f7 check, king takes f7, knight g5, opening up a queen to attack a bishop on g4 that's hanging. You probably have a pretty good vocabulary of the basic patterns. And what you need to solve now are positions that take you, you know, 4 or 5 minutes to solve. Some slightly harder puzzles. And so one of the most basic way that you're going to improve your calculation ability, it's your boy, is by solving puzzles that take you 4 or 5 minutes-ish to solve. You know, more advanced tactics that are 3 and 4 moves deep, that include more than one pattern, where a pattern sometimes doesn't work and you have to find a different approach or a different move order, stuff like that. So that's the basic thing you're going to need to do next. Pretty much not, Caesar. Engine moves. I mean, you can find some, but you can't reliably find them. Some of them will be logical, and others will be based on calculation, and your instinct will not tell you those. I have messed with one or two Agard calculation books. It's not, Daniel, because you never know when I'll switch to your game. I mean, I only see 2 games in here. If you're in 1600 plus, you're one of these 2 games. I'm clicking between them. I'm talking about them. So yeah, just concentrate on your game. Why would you want to hear me talk while you're playing a chess game? Oh, you're in the under 1600, so I'm not on your game. Okay. Well, you're safe for now, but yeah, I mean, you should... my recommendation to you, you're a free person. My recommendation to you is to monotask. Just do the thing you're doing. Okay, white goes for knight f7. It's an extra pawn compared to knight e4, but it untraps the rook. So that's why I preferred the other. King moves away. Okay, there's an idea on knight here to play rook e7 and win the queen, right? That's the idea. And if you think you're a genius because of knight c8, you'll find out you're not, because it's illegal. King b6. It's white's move here. They're down to 2 minutes, and this knight is hanging now to the rook and queen because they took it. And if they move the knight, there's rook e7. So white has to find something kind of tricky here. That's a little bit annoying. I would say that was not the plan for white. Okay, I found an acceptable move in queen d8. That's winning. White just played knight d6. What? Offering the queen sack. Maybe on rook e7 check, they're just going to move the king and say, if you take my queen, I take your queen. That's intense for 2 minutes left on the clock to be in this situation. And that's why I would play the safe move, my friends, if I had 2 or 3 minutes. And also, it's why I would have tried to keep 6 or 7 minutes on my clock instead of going down to 2. It's kind of like a risk management instinct. It may seem lame, it may seem wimpy, but you'll find that, most good players have bravery at times and wimpiness at times, because there are times where being wimpy or brave pays off. Yeah. That's just how it is. They each have their chances, They each have their moments where they are useful, and that risk management is partly instinctive. It's something that's just sort of been calibrated intuitively over time by top players, but, they get their results. Okay, Caesar, your idea is to slowly reduce your calculation and see how you can replace your calculation with logic or something else. Yeah, I'm not sure where that train of thought goes. I thought queen d8 check looked pretty clean. This move, I don't know how good it is. So first of all, queen d8 check. There's no queen c7, right? Because you would trade the queen, attracting the king to the forking square, and then knight e8, right? Stick their king to the forking spot. Screw their king to the forking spot. Quote the Macbeths. Yeah, I don't think your idea quite works, Caesar. No, because I don't see how you're gradually improving, how you're step-by-step replacing your calculation with sort of an evaluative or intuitive function. I don't really see the detail of how that idea could work. Dabo says, or knight d5. Fair enough. So I would expect queen d8, king a6, right? And then I thought I could move knight d6 without offering any queen sacks. Plus, I'm attacking the queen and the bishop. So I felt good about this. I've kept my extra piece. I've cleaned up 2 more pawns, so now I'm up a piece and 2 pawns. And the only move I really expected from black was queen e7, trading queens when I'm up a piece and 2 pawns. So I thought that was really clean, and instead we get another messy move from the Storms. So that's just their personality. Now they sack the queen. What? This is extremely impractical choice from the Storms. Even here after rook e7, I thought their point would be to just move the king, right? And then if you take the queen, you take the queen? And white's still up a piece? Probably? It's not only impractical, Alan, it's a blunder, maybe? I mean, the idea is now you're threatening knight c8 and knight d5, but any bishop move would stop those things, probably. Okay, here's an insane winning tactic for white, but did Storms calculate this? I'm sorry. I find it hard to believe. I mean, because if Storms could calculate all that, surely they could have calculated queen d8 check, no? What's the point of this line? What's the point of this line? It obtains against bishop e6 as well. You know, same thing. You overwork the bishop because you got 2 forks. So basically, the king has to run away from the forks, right? And then you can collect 1 more piece, and you can eventually win the game with a swarm of pieces against a queen. But even this is still like a challenge to play out and win. And if you could see this and predict it coming 3 or 4 moves ago, when you chose to play knight d6, walking into rook e7, then I have to say, why on earth could you not see that queen d8, you're just winning in absolutely any possible way? You know? And yeah, Putsy, maybe there's a queen e6 move to get out of that stupid tactic of mine. Let's go ahead here. Bishop b7's been played, by the way. Mouselip only had 13 and a half minutes. They spent a minute and a half, so they couldn't necessarily see everything. Oh, white doesn't even play knight d5. They didn't have a plan. They had no plan. They were just hanging their queen. What? Come on. Just pure blundering. Yeah. I'm sorry. All right, your question, Putsy, was could queen e6 be played, defending the bishop and getting the queen out of range of the forks? It is possible. Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, white still has chances, don't get me wrong. They've got, 3 minor pieces in the middle of the board. The black king's weak. There's dark square control, and, white's got approximately enough material to balance a queen, right? A rook, a knight, and 2 pawns. So it's complicated, and probably white's better in some brilliant, hard-to-find variation. But this is, I mean, considering you could have been up a piece and 2 pawns for nothing and not down a queen and railing their king, it just, I don't understand. So now suddenly the time management is going to be a problem for white, but it wouldn't have been a problem for white if they could have just not hung their queen, which I thought was doable. But I do see the road that led white down here. First they went for knight f7 instead of knight e4 because knight f7 is like 1 extra pawn. Then after king b6, they got surprised by the whole, rook and queen connecting on the second rank, and they just couldn't find an answer. But it would have been better to just leave the knight on f7 to die than to hang the queen, right? Like, even here, if you don't see a way out of this rook e7 move, just leave your stupid knight there. Get castled and win the game, You're already up more than a piece, and their king's here, and this is hanging, and just, if you can't save your knight, that doesn't mean hang your queen. My fellow King's Gambiteer letting me down. White no longer has knight c8, Stamen, no. They had a tactic earlier. Right here, they had knight to d5, check, attacking king and queen. And if bishop d5, then knight c8, also attacking king and queen. With an endgame up a rook and 2 pawns. Just absolutely just devastating. This move wins a queen for a knight, for a single knight. But they didn't do it. They castled, and now after knight d7, the rook is covering c8. So white no longer has knight c8. It's possible that white missed that queen e7 was check, right? I mentioned that was a possible hallucination. You could think you're a genius with here, and then you want to play knight c8, and then the thing just won't let you do it. And you remember, oh yeah, rook e7 was check, so that means queen e7 is also check. But yeah, now white is just so low on time, and they're not seeing anything anymore, so it's total crapshoot. It's exactly the same. It's your boy knight c8 or knight d5. Either one wins a queen for a knight. So white's up by so much, I can't care which way you go. Is it positionally better to force the black bishop to c8? Probably, but it's hard to care, right? Because if you're an endgame up a rook and 2 pawns for nothing, and your opponent has no active pieces and no threats and basically nothing left on the board, does positional chess even exist anymore? Does it matter if one of their pieces is even on a slightly worse square? Beyond how, the knight on b8, rook on a8, and they're down every thing. Yeah. A bad move here for Mouselip, who's got a chance to live again, would have been knight f6, bringing this rook here. I don't know if it immediately loses, but that would be insanely bad. So knight e5 makes sense. That was the choice. Pawn takes. Now, queen e5, knight d7 cannot be recommended, right? Cannot stress enough how much hanging queens decreases your chance of winning games. So black's going to have to do something else. At some point, they should move the king off of a dark square, because that's where all these knight forks are, right? So the king should switch colors of squares. But for now, you could play something like bishop c6, blocking your king along this way, defending your pawn, getting the bishop out from under attack to remove some of white's tactics. Because in a position like this, let me just show you that this move might bother black, right? King takes rook d7, queen takes, rook check. You can't back up because of your queen, so your king gets forced forward somewhere like this, right? Then next thing you know, knight d5 threatening b4 check. Your king can get mated out here. He certainly can. There's enough pieces on the board. So, so I would think, maybe move the bishop. It covers our king a little bit better. It avoids having to calculate that knight thing. It covers this d7 square where white's knight or rook could get in at the moment. So that would be a suggestion. Black's got 7 minutes and 40 here. White's got 2 minutes. They each have the 30-second increment, and the position is extremely complicated. Definitely the black king is still a problem factor overall, and white's clock is going to be the other problem factor for white. It's kind of a battle between black's bad king position, making it practically difficult to play the black position, and white's bad time situation, making it practically difficult to play the complicated situation. The evaluation might be very close to equal, but obviously the position's got nothing solid or boring or even about it, right? Other than maybe the evaluation. Rook to d8. A little bit of a risky move, right? Because you go opposite this rook. Now your queen's got some responsibility here. And this piece is still in range of the knights. So, okay, it's like a plausible move. Maybe black wants to play queen e5 with the rook covering knight d7. And that could clean up the game if we remove these pieces support point, you know, or foundation or whatever. All right, my ice pack's no longer cold. I'm going to go put it back in the freezer. Be right back, folks. Oh, by the way, it's good when sitting at a computer for 4 hours to stretch or look away occasionally, you know? I forgot to do that today. But it's not good to stare like this for 4 hours at a screen. Every half hour or quote-unquote periodically, I don't know any specific, but I know in general, at some point you should look away, look at a different focal point, you know. Stretch your legs, stretch whatever. So I'm going to refresh my water and put away the ice pack and be back. Full disclosure, I checked if there might not be any chocolate Ampres in the kitchen while I was getting the water, and I found a little chocolate ball. A little baby like this is like a million-hour energy drink for me because I have no caffeine habituation or tolerance, so just the tiny bit of caffeine in chocolate is powerful. Indeed, Zoom John. So what has white done? Knight d5 check, and here. Just to protect the pawn. Get the rook in. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. Any tips for you, Milladin? You mean you're a chess beginner and you want tips on getting better at chess or getting better at streaming? Both, okay. Yeah, I don't have an incredible sweet tooth pizza racer. You know, I just thought since it's almost getting near midnight, it might not hurt to perk myself up a little. Oh, is rook f7 a big threat here? Oh yeah, rook f7 would be annoying as well, yeah. All right. So there's my first advice for you, Milladin, is a link to a YouTube video you can watch with my advice for getting from 0 to 1200. Yeah, you can watch that later. I made that video at some point because, you know, a lot of people like you came into stream and asked, you know, I'm a beginner, how do I get better? And I would give them advice, but then to some extent, you know, you're always interrupting your show, whatever the focus is, to answer the same question a million times. And I thought, well, I could make a video and then just share the video. So have a look. You know, I obviously also spent some time thinking about the video before I made it, so should help. And as for being a beginner of streaming, well, you have to know what your goal is in streaming to know how to get better at it or what you're trying to maximize, you know. Are you trying to meet people or make money or have fun, or do you think it's going to help you get better at chess to be streaming your chess, or etc., right? I mean, have an idea what your goal is, and then from that you can do things that match your goal. A6 has been played, defending the pawn, and white went for rook f6. That's actually ruthless too, kind of like the rook f7 move, but looking for a discovered check with the knight going after some of these pieces. And if the king comes back to the 7th rank to avoid this, then there's rook here. So the big candidate move is king a5, which also looks crazy risky. I think this rook f6 move is pretty good. And I'm a little bit terrified for black here, who's going to get down really low on time along with white. And the worst thing about this is then at the end, Jesse's going to be like, see, I was right about the time usage. You know? Ugh. Okay, so you've got a few goals. Have fun, reach people, and get a name in chess streaming. So get a name in chess streaming, I take that to mean like you want to become famous. So I think it would be reasonably important to pick which of those 3 goals is like your number 1 goal. It's fine to have multiple goals and balance them, but I think you have to know which of those goals is the goal above the others. Mitt Romney's dog with a very interesting tactical suggestion for black. Black could try to bail out, right? And say, hey, let me go here, win back this knight, and then you know, try to save the endgame down a pawn. So one worry, Mitt Romney's dog, is that if the rook comes back, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, king takes d6, the king and pawn ending should be lost, right? Second problem is this calculation here, which I did the moment you mentioned queen f6. f7, if rook takes knight, of course you take and queen. So the real question is, you expecting me to save my rook, right? Knight e8, blocking this, and there's nothing to be done. So it's a nice original thought, but it straight fails to that little endgame tactic. So I mean, it's good to know all these little endgame tactics, right? These are useful tricks to know. The more of these you know, the better. Oh, look at this. King a7 walking into rook f7 with the plan of sacking the queen, but that's not a queen sack. That was 2 rooks. 2 rooks. Oh my god. And what happens now? It's knight and 2 pawns against a rook. Still a mess. e6, e7. Can it be stopped? Because the knight's covering e5. The rook can't easily get behind this. e6, there's rook here. 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 King a8. And the pawn dies. So e6 might be an overplay, but the problem is for white, the king is cut out. Right? So what do we do? Oh, knight d6, Thomas, that's the answer. Got it, Milladin. I will get back to you in a second, okay? So e6 has been played, by the way. Rook d4 has been played. And after e7, rook e4, there's this winning move. And that's just the end of it. Queening, forking, no way out of it. So e6, rook d4. It's just over if white can calculate one more endgame tactic. If white can't, it's probably going to be over the other way after white loses the e-pawn. The knight's not going to have a good time in this endgame without the e-pawn's help. 1 minute 40 for the storm to calculate e7, rook e4, knight d6. Ay. Okay, so you want to become famous, Milladin Board, and you want to become famous in chess streaming, and you are a chess beginner. So my first advice to you would be you need to then first of all understand that the chances are very low. That's a very important thing. e7, rook e4. Oh my god, another move comes in. Knight d6! The storm found it! The King's Gambiteer vindicated. Wins the game finally. Oh man. Oh man. Also some credit to Thomas for suggesting knight d6 in chat. But we're going to give the most credit to our player who managed to find this over the board with low time, under stress and pressure and all that, you know? There's nothing like finding stuff when you're under the gun playing the game. Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful. Little endgame Aruski. Man, this is a good puzzle too, right? Like you could give someone this puzzle as white before rook f7. Resignation comes in appropriately. You could give someone this position here as white, and to figure out if they should play rook f7, they basically have to see e6, rook d4, e7, rook e4, knight d6. They have to see the whole thing. I don't think there's any other line that would justify this for white here. Nothing else that would be acceptable there. Wow, bravo. Bravo. All right, good morning, Oscar. Steve has good advice for you as well, Milladin Board. Steve says go watch some beginner chess streams and see if you enjoy watching them. Watching some other streams could be a good way for you to figure out what you think would be good or not and what you think might work. That's kind of like market research, so to speak. I can give you a lot of advice, but I'm going to start with this. The odds of you becoming a famous streamer are very low. You need to understand and accept that from the beginning. I can give you advice on how to try to become one, but understand just from the get-go, it's very low. There's only like 5 to 10 streamers who are really famous. I've been working with Jesse and Kostya here for 5 years streaming, and I don't think we're famous. And we have titles, and we have like connections, and we have experience teaching and doing commentary. We've got a lot of things going for us. You know, we've been in the chess world for a really long time. So, and there are 1,000 other IMs and GMs and, you know, women's FIDE masters and everybody out there trying to become famous streamers. So you need to understand from the get-go that there are somewhere around 10,000 people or more trying to do what you're doing, and somewhere around 10 of them total are going to succeed. Okay? So at most 1 in 1,000, maybe less, is going to achieve what you're hoping to achieve, right? So definitely bear in mind that the odds are against you from the beginning. Okay? That said, oh yeah, I sure do. It's your boy. That said, my thought would be, since you're not a top chess player, you're not going to be able to coach people. You're not going to be able to be better than everybody in your chat. You're not going to be able to play games that are like amazing, compete against the world's best, stuff like that, right? That's not going to be your selling point at the beginning, right? So you have to think of something else. I would think as a beginner, if you've got a great personality and you embarked on like a really compelling story of yourself learning chess, that's my first thought of what would be the most compelling beginner stream. So you would do something like, I'm a beginner, I'm going to do X or Y. You set yourself a goal in chess, right? I'm going to show that I can become a master, or I'm going to show that people can enjoy a beginner blender. Yeah, maybe you could be on a journey to like remain bad. Sure. You could buy chess lessons from grandmasters and then not listen during the lesson, and your chat would be like, ha ha ha, look at him always failing, amazing. People can enjoy seeing a beginner blunder, yes, but I think it takes a lot more than that to become a famous streamer. There are a lot of beginners out there blundering online. You have to have something really unique, I think. You have to have a story that basically no other beginner has going on. So, like what Pizza Racer is saying, Pizza Racer's watched somebody go from 1,000 to 2,200. So, they've gone all the way from like a beginner to a master level while streaming. So that's somebody who was dedicated, who set out on a journey and probably worked really hard along the way, right? So, but there's all kinds of details. But the first thing I would tell you is you have to have, I think, a unique story and narrative. Then beyond that, yeah, there will be branding, there will be marketing, there will be, your personality. You have to figure out what's good about your personality and use it. Also, connections will be helpful. You want to partner with other people and have them help you get your name out. You can clout chase. That's been very successful for some other chess streamers. But realize also that you're getting advice from somebody who hasn't made it. So I don't necessarily know what to do, although I have some ideas and some things that I've chosen not to do, and other things that I would do if I had more time and so forth. All right, so that's the end of our game here. We could call up one other game and we can answer. Yeah, odds are low. We could call up this other game and we can answer this other question that we had about teaching, right? So we have It's Your Boy Tiz asking for advice on coaching others. I've been considering teaching chess to beginners, but I'm only about 1740 rapid on chess.com. Is this too early to start considering it, or how could I get started? It's not too early, It's Your Boy. I started teaching chess probably when I was about 1500 USCF OTB, which might be somewhat similar to 1700 online. Yeah. Man, this game is pretty exciting too. Let's see, where did we last see it? It was here. Black went after the bishop. White chose to trade the seemingly good bishop in order to then just go after this light square hard. Queen came here, and black manages to defend it, huh? And then get out of the way of this bishop with the queen. Black's position seems really healthy to me. I think that Alvin's doing great here. And now bringing more and more pieces towards the king side behind all this space, you know? I think Black's better. I think they're doing great. F4 was like a pretty decent looking chance for White, but tactically, how does it work? You know, however you take, Black can take. Does this move even work for White, this F4? All right, so now let's talk some more about the question. You know, when can you start getting into chess teaching if you're interested in it? Can a 1700 or a 1600 or 1500 start with coaching? Yes, you can. Now, there's a question like, can you coach? Can you get paid for coaching? Can you get paid much for coaching, right? Those are all questions, right? You could walk into any chess club and find somebody lower rated than you who would appreciate getting some pointers. But would you find somebody who was willing to pay you for lessons? And if they were, you know, would they expect to pay you, you know, $10 an hour because you're not a master? And if you were a master, they'd have to pay you, you know, 30. And so the reason that they're choosing you as a teacher is because you're cheaper or something like that, right? So there's the question, can you teach anybody? Yes. Can you teach somebody for money at your rating? Maybe. Can you teach them for much money? Probably not. But I would see it as, if you're passionate about chess and teaching, then it's definitely something that you should investigate, regardless of how much you're going to get paid for it, right? And when I was 1500, maybe comparable to where you are right now-ish, ballpark, right? I was teaching my lessons for free at first, you know? So I started out teaching for free, and then as I got better, people started paying me for lessons, and then as I got better, they started paying me more for lessons. So to some extent, you'll be a better teacher down the line, right? You'll be a better teacher down the line the sooner you've started practicing and trying. So that's like a reason to get started, you know? Have you taught anything other than chess before? Do you have any non-chess teaching experience? Because that would obviously help. Ultimately, to be like a great chess teacher, you'd have to be pretty good at chess and teaching, which is a hard combo to come by. But as long as you care about your students and you care about the subject material, you can be a decent teacher even without much in the way of skills. Like, I've substitute taught in Chinese classes sometimes, despite not necessarily knowing more Chinese than the students in the class. But because I was pumped about it, I could teach Chinese, and I didn't teach it like I know more than them. I taught it like I'm learning side by side with them, but I'm more experienced at learning various things than these kids are, so I sort of lead them and guide them, right? So I'm like, this is what I would do to learn this next thing, and we would learn the thing together. And basically what I'm sharing with them is my passion, my excitement. So I'm trying to communicate excitement and passion so they're more excited and passionate. And I'm showing them how I would attack trying to learn something, you know, and I'm giving them somebody else to practice and do things with, right? Because a lot of getting better at things involves practicing and doing things, and peers can give each other feedback just as well as a coach can. So it was kind of more like a peer teacher when I was a substitute in a subject where I didn't know very much. But it was possible. That said, by then I had a ton of experience in teaching and learning and so forth, you know, so... The FIDE rating list is updated once a month, Oscar Chess. And I think Magnus, you know, expects his coaches to be lower rated than him. He wouldn't want them to be higher rated than him. I'm sure he's used to it, right? His coaches have been lower rated than him for 15 years by now. No, 17 years by now. Jeez. Is that right? Yeah, I guess Magnus must be 35 now, right? And he hit 2,800 and 17 years ago. So, yeah. How good do you have to be a coach and make decent money? Getting worse, I would guess around 2,000 OTB. I do know of people lower rated than that who made decent money teaching like basically massive school programs. No, this is the right position, Silent Assassin. Queen c3 was played here by white. So black has won a pawn, thanks to the g file. And, black could trade queens and take on g3 and have a perfectly good position. But I think black's going to play bishop f6, keep queens on the board, and keep attacking white's king. Yeah, I mean, possibly Oscar Chess, your tournament could be rated FIDE on June 1st. But depending, what day the arbiter sent the tournament in and how fast it got there, you might not see it till July 1st. There's a chance. Yeah, Pizza Racer. And 2,200 FIDE is definitely good enough, right? I was saying maybe around 2,000. But I do know of people rated like 1,800 or maybe even lower teaching big chess in the schools programs. And there, it's partly that it'll be people who are kind of entrepreneurial and are good at running the business and are good in business sense, as opposed to like amazing in chess sense. And, they probably have to have a pretty good personality. And then they can, by teaching like big volumes of students, it's possible to make money. Oh, you've been waiting for a long time for an opponent. I'm sorry, Silent Assassin. I'm not playing, no, I'm the commentator. And I did get Alvin's move correct. Bishop f6, keeping queens on the board. And after this queen moves away, black's going to be able to play pawn takes g3, then h4, chipping away at it more. Black's up a pawn plus very comfortable play against white's king. Now, white has massed all these pieces on the correct side of the board. So white has the forces to resist, but somehow, black's pawn duo, which just got broken up by this pawn sack, but this pawn duo is keeping the white pieces on somewhat more like restrained and passive squares. And black was planning to, bring another piece and just keep building up here, play h4, poke at it. So white lashes out. But despite having so many pieces in the area, none of the white pieces are amazing, and black's able to keep pushing on white, I think. Oh yeah, that's a good point from Piper. Apparently on Lichess, if you go to learn/coaches, it shows people's rates. So you can get a sense of like what rated players are charging what amounts. I mean, one last point about coaching, one small little point, but dojo related, is that Chess Dojo, the Chess Dojo community is looking for coaches who know the Chess Dojo training program and can be a specifically good coach for somebody else in the Chess Dojo training program because because you understand and know the same program that they're using. So, if you train yourself up using the Chess Dojo training program, and you're interested in chess coaching, we'd be interested in you as well as a potential dojo coach. And finally, I'm also interested in doing some content at some point about how to be a better chess coach. And basically, my idea of what that would entail is having people who are less experienced chess coaches teach chess lessons while I watch, and then after the chess lesson, or perhaps we would occasionally pause during the lesson, but definitely after, we would talk about the choices they made as a coach. I would tell them about some of the, we would do a post-mortem of the coaching, basically, where I would say, here are some things that I would think about. What were you thinking about here? Why did you make this coaching choice? Why did you direct your student to this, etc. That's something I'd like to do at some point. So if you are a budding chess coach and you'd like to participate in that kind of a master class on chess coaching, get in touch. All right, so as expected, after bishop f6 and the queen moves, this pawn's kind of dangling here. Of course, you could look for weird things with f3, but the cleanest is you just start trading away the pawns, covering white's king. If white takes with the knight, which looks like it's got nice hops from there, at the moment the knight can't move, so you win the knight for a pawn. So white is going to take with the pawn. Then black's probably going to play h4 anyway, putting pressure on g3. But black doesn't have to either. All these pieces are passive. Black could take the time to improve this rook to e8 or f8 if they wanted to. Lots of good moves possible for black here. Best way to get in touch? Probably my email address or my Discord. My email address I know by heart, which is an advantage. It's my last name at gmail.com. P-R-U-E-S-S. And then on Discord, I have a name as well. Maybe you can find me. Maybe you can find me through the Dojo Discord, because I would be listed in the Dojo Discord in a special section at the top called Sensei. You might be able to find me there. But I'm not exactly sure how to find people on Discord myself. But if you can find me and send me a message on Discord, I will be able to see it and answer. So. Yeah, as you say, Eigen, like business sense and giving good parent can be more heavily correlated with making money as a coach than being a great coach. But it certainly helps to try to be a good coach. Yeah, main drawback for white, they're somehow bottled up, Zoomja, right? Like all the pieces are passive. Now this is kind of like a weak focal point on an open file. Black's got good control of dark squares and light squares. More space on the king side. Even though white's got all this space on the queen side, nothing's happening there. So the space on the queen side has been pretty irrelevant this game. So yeah, it's a very comfortable position for black now. And I think not only did this pawn sack not work out, if we want to trace white's downfall, the other thing that I think didn't work was trading this dark squared bishop away and giving black this unopposed bishop, which could come out to g5 or through e4 this way. Giving up the bishop pair here, I didn't see the point. If white could have immediately broken a light square, and forced black to play f4 and you get the e4 square, or the queen goes back and you win a pawn or something, then it could make sense to give up the dark squared bishop. But black was able to collect the dark squared bishop and support the light square and never lose an outpost to any of the white pieces. So then they just sat around and black kept everything defended and just has this nice pawn duo smothering the best squares, plus now the unopposed dark squared bishop. So bishop takes f6, I think, is another concept that just didn't work out. And honestly, I'm not even sure of this entire ef5, gf5. White never really showed a way to dent black's pawn structure here. So, maybe it would have been better to just play c5 and leave this here. When the g file open, rotate the white king to the queen side. Yeah, I mean, by the time this side of the board's opening up, Zoomjaw, maybe it's better to run with the king, but when it started, the time to maneuver the king might have been here or something, but I mean, we just castled kingside, and now we just start running out. And black can always play e4 to explode the center while the king's going through it. So it's not really a good moment to run with the king here. King f2, f4 is always going to lose a piece for the moment. And then once the position opens, right? And now you're saying once it opens, could we rotate the king? Well, now it's going to be really slow, right? It's like a 5 or 6 move maneuver to get the king over here. Notice that black's got control of these diagonals. So it's very hard to get across when you have to get through those diagonals, and the e-file's open. So the idea that we're going to somehow play king g2, king f3, and get across, well, I don't even see a route for the king to get across, really. Too much is open by then, right? So it's too late. Normally, king marches, like relocating a king from one side of the board to the other, which is a super cool strategic idea, very fancy and high-rated idea. Usually it happens in closed positions as a prelude before you open the game, right? Normally it's like you have the advantage and you want to open the king side, but you say, oh, before I do that, let me move my king away and then I'll open it and it'll be even better. But rarely is it the position opens up and then you sort of relocate the king. If that's happening, it's usually because your opponent's opening the game and after you, and it's a last-ditch defense. It's not normally an offensive idea. It's not like things are going your way when your king starts like streaking through the center of an already open board. Yeah. Okay, let's catch up with the game. Alvin Cruz in deep thought, not throwing the H-pawn as expected. We've reached basically midnight here for me, so I'm going to have to get to bed as I'll be needed by the kids this whole weekend. You're very welcome, Zoomja. Thanks to everybody who's asked interesting questions today about chess and about the meta outside and beyond chess. Let's set up this weekend's rapid tournaments before we go, shall we? We're going to create some rapid tournaments. Club Arena. Sunday rapid under 1300. We'll reduce the duration from 1 day to 3 hours. The time control from 90:30 to 15:05. That's our typical time control. Basically every single weekend for months now, we've been playing 15:05. Sometimes Saturday morning at 9:30 Pacific. Sometimes Sunday morning at 9:30 Pacific. Put the start date into June. And we'll run it at the normal time, 9:32. 9:30, let's say. And beginners don't have to have any games played to be allowed to play in the tournament. Copy the link. And put it in. Then we close it and make another one. Yeah, normally Zoomjaw White would have wanted the advantage in space on the queen side to be a relevant factor in the game, right? Like put black on the back foot on the queen side, play the c5 pawn break, attack something on c7 or d6 or b7. Make black sweat there, you know, give black some problems. Second section is for 13 to 1700 rated players. So of course, Rapid Chess, 15 plus 5 Rapid Chess ratings as well. We'll go to June 1st. Ask them to have played one game before to have a rating. Yep. tournaments. But I do think that, a player of this caliber, I'm sure that White was aware that they wanted to get something going on the queenside, right? Like, this player knows that the plan is queenside play, and they got distracted by dealing with stuff on the king side and then never got around to it. Sunday Rapids 1700 plus 15.5, 3 hours. So I definitely expect that this player knew that the goal is to be doing something on the queen side and that they regret that it didn't happen. Sometimes we have the best intentions. We know what the plan should be and we just can't get around to it. And I would guess that is the case with this player, that they're like, man, I never managed to get things started on the queen side. Like, I tried to do this E takes F5 thing to keep the king side from getting locked, but then it was just always, out of control, and I couldn't get anything rolling on the queen side. I couldn't actually fight the king side battle. I'm sure that they had some real awareness around what happened. Black played bishop E5 here, threatening to just take it instead of H4. 11.5 minutes. And this, again, shows habits of good players, right? I mean, H4 is obvious. You could blitz it out, but we're not playing blitz here. It's a classical tournament, right? So Black played bishop E5. Or not what they played. Black spent 11 minutes thinking in this advantageous position, right? How to maximize it. What do they want to do best here? And chooses bishop E5. Putting more pressure on G3. A move aimed at getting White to play something passive like knight H1, and maybe then you play H4. So, all right, let's see. Somebody's sending me a message on whatchamacallit, on Discord. I can't see anything because I'm in streamer mode. It won't show me the names or the messages. I don't know who's who. Should I accept the blind thing and let's go. I got one here. Okay. That sent me a friend request. I got it. All right. So I figured it out. I can't yet see your name on Discord in streamer mode. It's an S with some dots, but I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. Probably tomorrow night, because I'm probably going to go to bed in a few minutes, and then tomorrow I will watch my kids all day, and when they go to bed, I'll answer a couple messages. Was this your first time catching us? It's your boy? This is your first time on the Dojo channel? Oh, wow. Well, you took full advantage. You asked a bunch of great questions, so I'm glad. All right, Steve Nash, it was you. We will talk. All right, folks, we're not going to see the end of this game because, it could be another 2 hours, and I won't be able to handle the kids tomorrow if I do that to myself now. So that was it for me. That's my show. See if there's anyone still up for me to send a raid to. Looks like almost not. So my buddy Mark, who's always killing himself by being up in the middle of the night, we'll send him a raid. And just a small reminder for those who want to play more chess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that our next tournament are these Sunday tournaments, Sunday morning Rapids. This classical Friday night fights is every Friday around this time. And I wish you all the best. Probably most of you are already on your Saturdays, so enjoy your Saturdays. Yeah, and maybe this coming week, Jesse and I will cover some more Norway chess games.